Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
I hope I open your eyes to the dimension of life. Life as a holistic life of your soul, which is part of the structure of the universe, not life as part of the physicality, which is part of the structure of this planet. And then we understand what the next step be if we are not prejudiced, if we are not misguided, if we are not narrow-minded, just to keep to understand what is here and leave the rest to my soul when I'm gone. Then you find out you have a lot to learn to get to that point. I hope, as usual, I open another door, a crack in the wall, that it brings down all the misguided understanding of the past, and you become to enlighten yourself. If you listen, which is beautiful every time I hear it, to the disclaimer of every teaching, embedded in it, in the word of it, in the ethos of it, it keeps on telling you, this is individual cases. It's your job to investigate independently, to peer review if what they did suits me, if it's correct to me. It's not just for your illness, it's for the illness of your mind, your understanding of your own world of creation. And then you understand, even each intro gives you what I call independently, you decide. Does this fit me? Do I understand it where I missed? And does it go according to my intelligence? This is why we never have a peer review, because in the word of the disclaimer, it's your job to investigate to your understanding, and it befits you.
And greetings, everyone, and welcome to the Keshe American Knowledge Team for November 3rd, 2024. I'm your host, Mark Anderson, along with Alex Korick, and each and every one of the participants and attendees and guests who are here today. This is a roundtable, as we've always indicated, through the Keshe Foundation. And of course, it's all about what this knowledge means to you, not so much what it means to anyone else, how it befits you. And sometimes we would like to impart or force feed our knowledge on others, but as Mr. Keshe said, it's all what this means to you. It's your job to investigate and understand this knowledge for yourself, no one else, because we're all these little mini universes in a way, waiting to expand or grow into the next size, into the next dimension. And it's a joyous time. It's a joy time to come, as Mr. Keshe said in the last workshop, but it's also a time of transition. And you know, when you're transitioning, sometimes there can be a few missteps or a few other things that can happen in a transition. But I think it's going to go smoothly. And again, more about our own structure. This beautiful reactor. I don't think you could build a reactor as beautiful as the one you're embedded in, let's say, or what the soul has brought you in. Because this reactor that we're all carrying is the creation of the creator in so many ways, even though we understand a little bit about how this process works. Of course, Mr. Keshe is continuing to talk about dreams and understanding them more and more in the 562, and how the brain has a physical dimension, but it also has an energy dimension. The same with the amino acids. It's all structured perfectly to allow you to play in the matter state, in the physicality, or to play in the energy state. So that's why he's often said we're these chameleons, or we're schizophrenic. It doesn't mean you have multiple personalities, although you may, which is part of the creation, but the idea of operating in two dimensions. And this is what we're learning to explore more about ourselves. As he said, we're opening the mystery of the matter state of the entity to its energies. Energies we never thought we had, energies that we've been using and we've been unaware of that. But we'll get into more of that when we review a little bit in the 562 Knowledge Seekers Workshop. And of course, he used his name in this workshop as well, this name Miron, which is an unconditional giver. And this is why he received that award. I think the Li Fang Award in China as, again, an unconditional giver or an ambassador to peace. I think one of his things is he's a teacher of science and knowledge and science, something along this line. I can't think of the exact phrase, but this is what he goes by in the telegram: teacher of science and knowledge, or teacher of science and peace. So we're very fortunate, blessed, and humbled to be in and around this knowledge, which is not privy to most of the people on this planet, or even some of the people in the universal community. And this will be our job to share it. I think once this opens up, as Mr. Keshe said, we're not ready for the flood of people who will be joining and wanting to find out more about this technology and how it works and what it means to them. So hopefully we're being prepared for this. And what we saw in the last workshop, which I guess we all missed from October 1st, was the actual demonstration on the battlefield of a star formation as a defense shield. But it wasn't originally developed for that. Mr. Keshe said it was really developed to protect the Earth from meteors and other incoming things. But as he said, it all depends how you load the system, the strength you load it, how you position it, and the rest, where you can do the same thing with the star formation and feed people or bring emotional balance. But this was a live demonstration of what the shielding can do. And of course, as Mr. Keshe said, instead of retaliating with weapons, let's open up the knowledge for humanity. So apparently it's still in the hand of the Iranian leadership to bring this into the public domain. Has anyone heard anything or read any articles where this is under consideration by the government? I know Mr. Keshe has been prodding, or slowly, gently nudging this leader to come forward. As he said in one point, he said, the creator is here, answer to it. So he was speaking directly to the Ayatollah at that point in time, and I'm sure they know because they've been doing many fantastic things in the background, like flying over the United States on a weekly basis, but we don't have the radar systems to detect them. So many people who've seen craft or thought they were perhaps alien craft, I think a number of governments have some sort of technology that they can play with, but this was quite uh, an advancement for anyone who understood. To, as he said, to most people, those are just three lights in the skies. But when he answered Dean's question, he certainly opened up more that these were actually manned craft and setting up a star formation and a shielding and so on and so forth. I think there's much more to it, but it was a beautiful demonstration, although unfortunately it had to be demonstrated live on a battlefield where people lost their lives and destruction happened, but this is the way it goes. So hopefully there'll be an end to this. This is our wish. And to the next retaliation, if you want to call it that, would be to open up the knowledge. And this will sort of settle things down in a big way. But it's still part of the transition, and many people will deny it, as he said. The Americans are quite behind on technology, and so their only justification is to deny it and say it doesn't exist so they can continue in the war policy. But apparently they're playing with plasma, and that can be, if you don't know what you're doing, if you're going against it, it can almost come back to haunt you. We've seen that situation with the return to sender and so on and so forth. But before we go any further, and please feel free to always open your mic and jump in and add something. No one's going to criticize you, and no one's going to say you're not seeing it the right way, at least not in this meeting. Because as we heard in the disclaimer, it's all how it befits you. Even making things sometimes, Mr. Keshe had indicated how you think you connected it the wrong way, but maybe the soul wanted you to connect it in a certain way for a certain reason, to perhaps teach you something. So that's why we're all little mini universes waiting to expand, but in the future, as he said, your true children come out of your soul, and he wants us to be able to create children, perfect children that befit the creator and the creation in so many ways, because apparently it's, in some aspects, it's gone off the rails. Many souls have left this planet, are in the process of creating something similar to what they had here. And of course, this could lead to problems which may need correcting. Alex, yes?
Well, one of the interesting questions that came up on Thursday, and it actually came from Mr. Keshe himself, because according to those pictures, they were using it, as you say, you're in a wartime maneuver. But the question was the previous weekend when Iran was being attacked by the Israeli military. Iran actually failed to use that as a defensive means, as a defensive shield for themselves. And the obvious question was, why not? And so it just goes to show you that this is where a lot of the governments around the world are sitting. They have technologies, but they don't want to show. And interestingly, on the YouTube the following day, so that would have been on Friday, they disclosed a new defense system that Iran had developed that was as a result of the consequences of the attack, so that that wouldn't happen again. But if you look at the technical specifications of that defense system, it is very primitive, and it is similar to that of what the United States is using, the, what do they call it, the THAAD.
Oh, the
Anyway,
THAAD, the
yeah,
laser, and you need 100 people to operate it or something.
yeah, but so what they were showing was a new defense capability of a ancient technology. And so there's still a reluctance to demonstrate to the public that this is capable. And so this is the duality, shall we say, the two-faced, uh, two-fisted, double-dealing mentality of the executive, and it's as a result of the collective body within the parliament, and then how they're thinking. So we clearly see that these are the obstacles that we have to achieve. But due to that question on Thursday that Mr. Keshe asked, why didn't they defend themselves when they did have the capability and they did demonstrate the capability? So that is the question that the Iranian public needs to ask of the executive, um, because when the head of the household fails to protect the family, there has to be an accountability, and this is what's lacking. So that's all I can add.
Yeah, no, I was thinking that maybe they allowed them to sort of slap them a bit, Israel hitting Iran, and if they would have defended it, maybe they would have tried to punch harder. Oh, you blocked us from sending in some missiles or some planes. Okay, we'll go to the next step. We'll try to hit you even harder. So maybe that was it. Okay, hit me in the nose, and then we come to an end of this. So perhaps they didn't want to show it, and to allow the others to have some satisfaction that, okay, they got retribution, they hit us back, and so on and so forth.
Yeah, but the thing is that according to the statistics, five uh, people died in that attack. And so they didn't die because of the attack from the Israelis. They died because of the lack of defense on the part of the um, Iranian government.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know all the details. We only get what's released.
Well, that's what's released. So this is what I'm saying. And as Mr. Kesh asked on Thursday, why didn't they use that defense mechanism? When they had the opportunity to do so. So a lot of people aren't aware that that defense mechanism is available. But when someone is asking, so why aren't you using that defense mechanism? Which is a clear indication that that defense mechanism is available and is not being used, and that is a willful maneuver. So
Yeah. No, that was just my thinking that, okay, you want to hit me back. Okay, break a few windows in my house. I'll tolerate it and we'll move on from there. If they would have blocked it, perhaps they said, oh, we better hit them with something heavier or harder or bigger. And this is just my thinking. Whether that's correct or not, I don't know.
No, but that too would have been blocked, you see. So it really it doesn't matter. The point is the blame right now is on the attacker, whereas by Mr. Keshe's question, that then the blame is on the defender. I mean, we all have a right to defend ourselves. We keep hearing that mantra from the Middle East, so it applies to
Mhm.
all of us. Back to you, Mark. Thanks.
Yep. Yep. Anyone else have a comment they'd like to make here? And again, we know some of the capabilities from when they captured the American drone in 2011. So they had some quite sophisticated technology even back in 2011 or whenever that Reaper drone was captured in a plasma field and landed intact. So Mr. Keshe has always said it was his technology, and probably about 18 months ago, the Iranian government said, yes, we use the Keshe plasma technology to capture the drone and land it. So they've been working with it. And as he said, they're 50 years ahead of the rest of the world on nano coatings and some of the other things. So this is a perfect time, again, to set humanity free in so many ways from this continuation of war. It's the last 3,000 years, 5,000 wars on this planet. So even with the release of the technology, as he said in the teaching, all this is meant to be is an elevation of the soul. Every single product, whether you realize it or not, is all part of the soul elevation. And as indicated before, if we give you the advanced technology within 1 generation or 2 generations, you'll be right back to the same process unless the soul becomes elevated. And this is the whole process, I think, that needs to be achieved. But it's a transition period. I think people will be flabbergasted once they see it and it's confirmed. And hopefully, you know, they could even set it up in Alaska where a lot of meteors drop and you could see those meteors just disintegrate in this dome without anyone getting hurt, or send a missile or some drone into it and just see it. I think what's happening is the dissolution of the elements. This is what he was talking about with the craft. When you had something in space, you'd have 3 shields in a way, one rotating clockwise, one counterclockwise, the other clockwise. And as you approached, or if asteroids or meteors were coming your way or whatever, once they got into that shield, it would just, there would be no physical explosion, but everything would just disassociate back to its atomic structure, and almost just like a cloud of dust. But there'd be no physical shockwave or anything like that created by this dissolution. So perhaps that's what we saw on the video. Most people looking at it don't understand it. As he said, they just see 3 lights and not realizing the shielding and what happened. But these missiles seem to either bend around it or disappear into it. And I was thinking that may be part of this dissolution. Whether they're that advanced or not, I don't know. But definitely the missiles bent away from the shield itself. So they couldn't penetrate the magnetic gravitational field or whatever was created there. And he said they opened it and they closed it when they wanted missiles to come in, and so on and so forth. But this is, in a way, such a terrible way to demonstrate. But all the governments like to bring new technology into a battlefield so they can actually test it there. But even the laser system, or what Alex was mentioning, this THAAD or whatever you call it, the THA, whatever, KD or something, with a laser was not able to impact the shielding. So this is beautiful, and unfortunately it had to happen, but this is the way it has to happen, and hopefully it'll prevent more war and we'll move into peace. And speaking of peace, I think it's time that we read the World Peace Treaty. Let me just highlight it here so we can share it. Gail, just to let you know, I did check the chat, and for some reason it was disabled, but it is enabled now. So thank you for that last time. And why things are ringing, I don't know. I keep trying to shut this down. It's just on the other system that's next door. But anyway, we're moving into the world peace to create that permanent peaceful condition on this planet. And this is not the end all. This is just the next step into us starting to interact, I think, with this universal community that we're talking about, or our larger family. And them also coming here, even though they do come here, as he said, they like to take dips in the ocean and do some other things around this planet. I don't know exactly what, but it is a destination. But based on our killing and destroying things, they're quite shy to show themselves, and they know they have to be very careful when they come here. But as we get to the permanent peaceful condition, we'll start interacting, I think, more and more with the universal community. And as was indicated, it's going to take more than all of us on this planet to fully open up the knowledge. We've heard Mr. Keshe in the last couple of workshops teaching and drawing some pictures and things, and saying that mankind will contemplate these drawings, not only those, but many of these teachings, for hundreds of years or centuries. Even looking at the cup of life, he said, the understanding, he said, it looks simple because we made it that way, but it is not simple. It'll take man hundreds of years just to understand what's happening on the physics or chemistry or whatever level, interaction of field level within that cup of life one. So again, as Mr. Keshe said, we're not releasing most of this technology for you to make it, but you'll be able to use it. And I think that's happening. That's happening because the souls have not matured. Once the souls are matured, more and more things will be brought into the public domain for people to make. But in the meantime, I think, as he said, you could set up that same star formation to feed people or change the emotions of people beneath that situation, depending on the loading and the strength and how you do it. So the system is already here to feed and to bring emotional balance, I think, to people. In addition to what the sun is doing and everything else that's going on in the background within the Keshe Foundation. So the technology is just, again, beyond the imagination of the man. And as we know, what we see in the public is only 5% of what's actually happening in the background of the Keshe Foundation. But to get more and more of this knowledge to come out and to interact with the universal community, again, which many are far advanced, but many are also in the matter state, we need to come to this permanent peaceful condition within ourselves, within our environment, and of course, creating this across the universe. So this is the World Peace Treaty. You can find it. I'm on the Keshe Foundation website now. You can see where you can donate as well. But this is the World Peace Treaty. And I asked Mr. Keshe at one time, will there be a huge document that world leaders will sign, like 20 pages, 30 pages, with all kinds of details and caveats and this and that? And he said, no, this is the exact paper that the world leaders will sign. So would anyone like to read the World Peace Treaty? It's pretty simple. And you can sort of put your understanding to it if you'd like, or add anything to it if you'd like, or the way you interpret it. Anyone? Okay, I will read it. World Peace Treaty. We, as citizens of the earth from this moment on, and of course, we're just reaffirming this ethos, this new science, this new ethos, this new understanding of what peace really means. This is not a temporary peace we're looking for. It's a permanent peace that we're, in a way, I think this idea of killing and destruction and war will eventually even be taken out of the man, that we won't even remember in the future that we were a warring planet and a species for thousands and thousands of years. And as we heard, it's taken us quite a long time to get in this mess, and getting out of it is not going to be a day job. Even though things can happen quite dramatically, quite quickly, I think the normal process is step by step, but we'll see. Hopefully, we get there. We're all anxious for it. This is why we're in and around the Keshe Foundation. I don't think we have the full understanding of all the implications of this, but and as we know, even this technology will create other problems that we're going to have to solve. But this is the first step, again, within yourself, within your community, within the planet, and then within the universe, creating that peaceful condition. It's almost like a struggle or an effort for yourself to work on your internal peace. And then the lesser struggle would be to bring the peace to your neighborhood or to your town or to your state, to your country, and so on. And then, of course, take that into the universe as you expand into creating a star, a solar system, or whatever your universe is about to create. We, as citizens of the earth from this moment on, accept to lay down all tools of aggression and war. We shall never think about getting involved or incite war or develop or use any tools of war on this planet or in space. And to this we all agree and swear with our nation, our territory, our council, our religion, our city, our town, our bodies or souls. Simply put your name, signature, date, and position held, and again, on behalf of your nation, your territory, your council, your religion, your city, your town, or as an individual. Have it witnessed, and after signing this treaty, be proud to display this certificate wherever you consider being important to you, that everyone can see and know your ethos to fellow men and the mankind and other created beauties of the Creator. And as we know, the Creator shows himself in trillions of different faces across the universe. So we're going to have to take up this flower of peace in so many ways across the board. Doesn't matter what they look like or in a way how they behave. Maybe you don't want to interact or maybe you do, but it's all about us sharing in a way, sharing fields, absorbing fields, giving fields. And this will be the dimension that you're operating in, I think, in the universe, as opposed to taking your physicality there and interacting in that way. And as he said, if you bring your physicality into space, what do you see? You see citizens of the universe with their craft and their matter state figure. If you travel in the dimension of the soul, you interact with their souls, as I understand it. So it's in a way totally different, similar, but totally different. So we encourage you to find this World Peace Treaty. It's on all of the search engines. You can just put in Keshe World Peace Treaty. So this is what we're elevating the souls of the leaders and the world leaders and religious leaders to do. This is our work through the energy dimension, which again, we're just opening it up and we're practicing. But the beauty of it all is nobody fails this test, as Mr. Keshe said. We can all start to use our energies that we thought were just coincidental or it was a dream or something else. But now we're going more and more into detail about what's actually happened. And he did speak, as I said, quite a bit about dreams in this workshop, or trying to understand the work of the soul, the interaction, the emotions between the physicality, the soul of physicality, the soul of the man, and trying to see where these interactions come from. And of course, when we look into space with the deepest telescopes we have, we don't see any war. We don't see any prisons. We don't see any factories, because everything in the universe apparently is free. There's no money. So all of these things it's a totally different understanding of how we operate here on this planet in the matter state. But there are some similarities, I'm sure. And there still may be some entities that want to show or confirm their existence, like the show-offs who like to show off in their craft and do other things, or other civilizations. But overall, it's a peaceful place. And this is why we want to get to that peaceful condition. So when we do the next step in the creation of whatever it is you're going to create, it'll be a peaceful, balanced, and these will be your true children who come out of your soul in the future time. We care about our children here, but we need to also care about what we're creating in the universe, because that's going to expand even more. So he's trying to, in a way, train us, allow us to understand more about what this creation of the soul and some of its capabilities and what it's going to achieve in the future. Is it going to be a planet or a solar system or a universe of war and destruction? Or is it going to be more of a peaceful place where people cooperate and interact on a peaceful basis? And again, I know this sounds far-fetched to many who have heard this, but as I said, look into space in any direction. We can't find any wars going on. Isn't that something? But yet we're prepping to go into space as a warring civilization to defend ourselves or so on and so forth. It doesn't really work that way. Okay, anyone want to add anything about the World Peace Treaty? Very simple document, but very profound. And as with the disclaimer, there's seems to be quite simple, but there may be more involved in this as you read between the lines. But it's up to you. We don't collect them unless you're a private student. They ask for a copy of this, that you've signed it and confirmed your dedication or willingness to move in that peaceful direction. But it's between you and your soul. Okay, I thought maybe we'd start with the announcements. That's the summation. We'll go back into the workshop and then we'll look at some of the star formation that was demonstrated. Anyone want to add anything or share anything at this point? We always want to give people an opportunity. And we're very blessed to be in a nation, as he said, where we can feed our people and we can bring wellness to our people. So we're in a family, and hopefully, as I said, we don't go into these bigger conflicts, or even within the United States. Things seem to be sort of unstable at the moment, or so, and Mr. Keshe has mentioned this as well, but we'll see how it works out, and hopefully we'll get some guidance from the Keshe Foundation if we run into more situations like we see in North Carolina and other places, or in Spain where they've had some devastating floods and so on, and how we're going to proceed. But the technology is certainly within the grasp of every man, but it's fully within the Keshe Foundation, as I understand it. Anyone else? Okay, so let's just bring up our announcements if we can. I need to find them. The bigger we make these things sometimes. Okay, here it is. Let me highlight it. We'll just cover this. And these are the announcements. It's only 5 minutes, but it keeps us up to date about where the Keshe Foundation is going. And of course, he said that the Isfahan conference will be delayed at least until January. So we know that that is going to be moved, or in a second country, as he said, but preferably will be in Iran, where it was meant to be. And that was another interesting aspect. The reason he chose Isfahan was the idea that there is a test center there where they're already flying these craft. And he said all they would have had to do is just show you some of this technology. And that's why that location was chosen by the foundation for this conference. But it will happen regardless. He wants it to happen in Iran, but it still may be another country where the conference will be held. And as he said, we'll have to see what comes up. But let's hear more about the few minutes of announcements that are made.
Okay, back again at the 500.
Always feel free to stop it, interject what you'd like, or share something, or ask a question. Again, we're all learning, and we also learn from each other. So we understand nobody's wrong and nobody's 100% right. Thank you.
562nd Knowledge Seekers Workshop here on Thursday, October 31st, 2024. Well, Mr. Keshe, would you like to carry on with our second half here? And people will have an opportunity to ask questions, I presume, and our attendees can raise their virtual hands if you do have a question.
Just for people who may listen to this in the future, this is our Knowledge Seekers Workshop, which usually happens on Thursdays at 9 p.m. The time may fluctuate, but most of the time it's, 9 a.m. Central European time. The first part of the workshop is actually a teaching for about an hour, and the second part is to ask questions. So if you'd like to participate in the workshop, it's a public event. You can raise your hand in the workshop, and as Rick was saying, we will open your mic, or Rick will, and you can ask Mr. Keshe any question. Again, he reserves the right not to answer, but most of the time, if he understands your question, he will answer it in the way he determines it to be answered. And sometimes as we saw with Dean and others, that the soul came there to open something up, even though you didn't realize you were opening it up. And he actually said that to Dean, that your soul came here to open up a question in a previous workshop. And I think Dean is continuing to open up more and more of this knowledge for all of us. But anyone can participate and ask a question. And if Mr. Keshe, as I said, thinks it's inappropriate, he'll just pass on it or say next question. But most of the time, he likes to address it and take that question in a way. So feel free to join a public workshop, this Knowledge Seekers Workshop, every week for 560 weeks, plus there were 562, but there were other teachings even before that. And you can also go to our websites of the YouTube, the new Keshe Plasma site, or the original website, and there's books, there's papers. Again, this is all universal knowledge being opened up to all of us, and it all depends on how you accept it. And we don't like to have arguments between one another, who's right, who's wrong. I see it this way, I see it this way. That doesn't really come to the to me in the interaction. It's how you see it for yourself. And this is what he keeps saying. This is why the disclaimer is so beautiful, because it's how you take this knowledge, not how I tell you to take the knowledge or how I tell you to understand it, or force feed something to you saying it can only be this way and no other way. And I don't see the knowledge or the universe working that way. You wouldn't go to another universe and say, hey, you don't have enough stars in, why don't you make a few more stars in your universe? You're sort of dim on light or anything like that. Allow the flower, allow the other flower to bloom as they develop and as they grow. And of course, this knowledge, as Mr. Keshe said, I can teach you as much as you can absorb. And he's done a lot of teaching. I don't know how much absorbing we've done, but we've done some. We've made huge advancements past our previous understanding before the Keshe Foundation. So I think it's the best place to be in and around the Keshe Foundation. It's certainly the leading scientific organization on this planet, even though it hasn't been acknowledged and it's been rebuffed in so many ways. But as we know, the Creator never loses. So what's been promised will be delivered.
That you'd like to speak, and we can allow your microphone to open, and others can put questions in the webinar chat or the YouTube chats. Go ahead, Mr. Keshe.
Thank you very much. A couple of announcements we have to make. We made the announcement that tomorrow we'll have the second addition to the what we call October Friday sessions. We had a number of knowledge seekers telling us that tomorrow is the 1st of November and is what we call the Day of Remembrance of the Dead. And many of them will not be available. So we are shifting this Friday to next Friday. And I do apologize, we should have noticed that being in Europe. As you know, on the 1st of November, it's a national holiday in many countries in Europe for Remembrance of the Dead. And we moved this to next week because many people go to cemeteries and churches and whatever. And so we do the session next week. Regarding the...
Okay, so what he's saying, there was a follow-up meeting from the last transmutation test, and that'll be coming. It was supposed to be last Friday, but because of this... and does anyone understand this All Souls Day or All Saints Day 1 and 1? And I heard some stories about this Halloween, and they thought some of the negative spirits would come out at this time, and how kids used to dress up in almost the way they have gargoyles, they said, on the churches. These were in a way to scare off negative spirits or negative energy. So children used to dress up on this time, and they used to try to make scary outfits, and so they'd scare away any of these negative spirits who used to roam at this time. And that's why the people would give them little goodies or little candies or something. That was the original intent. Anyone understand more about that? I heard someone explaining it, but I wasn't quite following it. There's an All Saints Day and an All Souls Day, something along this line. Yes?
It's Halloween precedes All Saints Day, and Halloween is about the ghosts and the nasty critters, and All Saints Day is about the saints. It's just kind of similar to Fat Tuesday being before Ash Wednesday. So people make a big party before they start fasting. So it's, yeah, that's how it goes together. They are different and opposite. Halloween and All Saints Day are opposites.
Okay, and what was All Souls Day?
I don't know.
I don't either. Again, a lot of these things
I have to look it up.
Okay. Yeah, I think there's two. But again, these spirits, people did think seriously about them. Could bring negativity or could bring some other things. So in a way, they were scared, but yet they were aware that there was an energy dimension. And of
Well,
course,
yeah,
yes, yes,
sure. Like people didn't go in cemeteries at night because they were afraid of ghosts, you know,
okay.
that kind of thing. And there may be such things. There may be spirits around that most of the time we're not aware of, but some
Yes,
people are more sensitive to them.
yes. Sometimes Mr. Kesh stops in cemeteries and allows souls to, he said, you can move to the next dimension. It's okay, or
I
give them
stop
the,
in cemeteries all the time and talk to
really?
families that are buried there. Yes, it's a very pleasant, positive experience. It's a very loving experience. So
Yes, there's still more to understand about this. Sometimes that spirit hangs around or doesn't want to leave, but I don't understand it completely. But anyway, this is the reason for the follow-up meeting on the transmutation test, which I think will be a whole nother session. Anyone want to confirm that? I thought we were going to be talking about our experiences in the previous one, but perhaps with this new system, I think the new system has already been employed. Fo, did you have something to say, please?
Yes, the 1st of November is what we call Allerheiligen, All Saints.
right.
The 2nd of November is All Souls. That's to remember alle zielen in het Nederlands. Halloween is van All Saints Cry. Hallow is heilig, ween, huilen, All Saints Cry, and that's always the evening before Allerheiligen. And you know why this is important for me? My little girl that died on the 1st of November.
And that's the Saints' Day.
Yes. And Halloween is about the future that could happen. So All Saints Cry, what will happen? That's why Halloween, it's from the Dutch, or Allerheilige Wenen, Allerheilige Huilen, All Saints Cry, Halloween.
Why would the saints be crying? For joy or for sorrow?
No, they know what's gonna happen. Because when someone becomes a saint, he already died. And we know what a soul can see in the past or the future.
Huh.
So when all saints cry, they know what's gonna happen.
Okay, very interesting.
So for me, it's a very special. I see people celebrating Halloween. For me, it's the opposite. It's my last day I saw my little girl alive. So I know exactly what it's meant to be. It's in a way, Halloween is horrific for me. It's not a pleasure thing to think about. So
that's why there are witches and goblins and things like that that are unpleasant spirits.
yes, in the Catholic Church, when someone becomes a saint, it's in Dutch it's called een heilige. So, and the day before Allerheiligen, it's because they remember all saints. The day before, exactly the evening before Allerheiligen, this All Saints, that's why all saints cry Halloween. Heilige wenen, heilige huilen. Wenen is het oude woord voor huilen. You
Yeah,
have
very interesting.
So I don't think when I see now my daughters and grandchildren, they celebrating Halloween. For me, it's an evening of reflection on what happened and what could happen. Okay, now
Thank you,
stop.
Phil. Yes. Yeah, no, I never understood. I just, as a child, you just dress up and you go and collect some candy. I never got a full explanation of any of this. I guess. Anyone else want to add anything else? But that's the reason for the movement of the test or the next session. And of course, just to show you that what's in the Keshe Foundation store, if I could just share that when he's talking about these tests and so on, we're talking about the transmutation test, which right here, the next 3 months of what's coming up is the November, December, and January. He's calling it Nutrition and Wellness Transmutation Test. And these are 2 to 4 hour sessions. The fee is €600 plus the value added tax. Let's just click on it. And it doesn't really give much, but we usually get instruction before. And of course, this is all part of keeping the Keshe Foundation free for humanity without allowing it to be co-opted by others who would like to. And as Mr. Keshe said, we don't take money from government. So there's probably many entities, private and public, who have offered funding. But then he says you become beholden to these structures by taking their funds. So we want to keep the Keshe Foundation free for humanity. And you can experience something you may have never experienced before. And again, Dean went through a bit of his experience in one of these things, or what he called remote viewing and so on. And of course, Mr. Keshe went into quite an explanation of how sometimes the brain cannot handle seeing things and it needs to convert it into something that's acceptable to us. He used that example of the cartoon, and you see a dog driving a fire truck and going up a ladder and rescuing people. You know, for children, they accept that, but for the humans, that's something that we don't really readily accept because the children haven't been ingrained to this. So our dreams, because the brain doesn't have that point of reference or something, has to convert it into something we can, or try to help us to understand it. So again, the interpretation of the brain and what we see in the dream may not actually be what we're interacting with, but because of the structure of the brain and the way it has to translate these energies coming through. And this is why people say I've had a very weird dream. It didn't make sense because the brain doesn't have that reference point. So again, when people talk about not using your brain, I always felt that that was not correct in a way for me. That the brain was playing an integral part because the soul is embedded within the structure of the brain, within that little cavity of the brain, and works with the brain in so many ways, at least to show us the dream and probably other interactions. So to me, it's not you shut your brain off, but to learn more about its construction and how it works and the stronger side and the weaker side and so on. But this is the transmutation test. And again, he said this is where we're coming into the carrot of the matter, or the sweetness of the frosting, I think. And I think one of the most important things about transmutation, which we're already doing, is the feeding process, because he wants us to walk away from killing. And of course, we don't look at eating an apple as killing anything, but in the structure and the understanding of universal knowledge, that is a soul. in there, and it shouldn't be taken out of its structure. And sometimes these things that we take out of the structure, even if it's a fish, it was part of a structure, we catch it, it's beautiful, we eat it, but we feel a little bit of fear and anger from that consumption. And of course, all the other things that that fish may be carrying with it. As we see, the chemicals in the food chain supply has grown by orders of magnitude since 40 years or 50 years ago. And so absorbing pure energy from the universe, as he said with the gardening, when you're using the GANTs, there's no fertilizer, there's just pure energy fields. It's all natural. So we're already doing it 80%. We only have a 20% gap to jump, and I think this is what he wants. And of course, if you had a child that can't feed himself, you certainly wouldn't ask him to go ride a bicycle. He's not at that stage yet. So when we talk about building some of these systems, we haven't even learned to feed ourselves yet. How can you ask a child that can't even feed himself to go run a marathon or do something else? So this is where we're going, step by step. Now we'll come back to this in a moment, but let's go back to the video we were just taking a look at. I'll have to share that. No, that's not the one. Yes, here it is. This new Zoom setup is a little disorientating for me. I was trying to practice how to get the two screens there at the same time. It said share two screens, but it didn't work for me. We're going to investigate more. It's just a matter of know the trick of it, as Mr. Keshe said in a lot of these things. It's all knowing the trick of how to do certain things.
Iranian conference, as you're aware of the situation which is prevailing at the moment in Iran, we have to suspend the Iranian situation at least till January, till we have a clear idea how the Iranian position and the situation in Middle East stays. The conference will be held, and if in January we cannot reach, we'll appoint a new country to replace Iran, which we hope it will not be done. In any case,
okay, just to go back and to show you the store again, and this is the conference that was scheduled. We had a couple in England, Manchester and London, then we went to China. This one coming here now is the, and I don't even know, let's see, this is the research. Okay, they may have taken it off of here. I don't see it at this point. So it may have been taken off the website, I'm not sure. But this was the conference he's talking about, the upcoming one, which was scheduled for November. But because of all the mayhem being created in that region, even the airlines have canceled flights. And obviously, you don't want to bring people into harm's way. Okay, let's go back and see if we can just share this again. I'm still getting used to this system.
we are forging ahead, and the situation is very critical, especially the next few days. And we'll see what happens and how things take shape in Middle East. In respect to the material, which many of you, what we call the cosmic materials, now what we call the containment, the box is sorted. We expect the manufacturers to do what we call the boxes, that sometime in the next 3-4 weeks we start shipping this out, that will be there, most of you, by the time before Christmas or around Christmas. Please, when you receive these boxes,
Yeah, I would say listen very carefully to this next part. If you receive, this is, oops, let me share. Every time it seems you have to go back and continue to share. But this cosmic ray material, as he's about to say, is no toy. This is something that's very, very powerful, it appears. And again, you'll be taught how to use it. This cosmic ray material, which was put in a very beautiful case, I haven't seen it, but apparently it's going to come in a sphere. Probably this is 1 gram of material, and it goes for €1,000 plus the shipping and taxes. Mr. Keshe was talking about carrying a couple of these, and it's very interesting and how you can use this material, which will be shown in the future in different positions in perhaps the center of the discs that were offered in the store, or perhaps positioning them in another way. But he said, be careful about using these. And if you're looking for energy, just to open the box. Let's hear that again. I'm going to go back to this one. Okay. And hear this. This is, in a way, a warning. These are not toys to be just thrown around. It's not a ball.
When you receive your ball, do not continuously work with it. Leave it in its box the way it is. And when you need it to energize, just open the box and leave it open. It'll find its own balance. I carried 2 of these materials in a container for a few weeks, and I observed the changes, the energies, and how they interacted with each other. When you receive these, please do not take them as a toy. These are actually tools of the man-next process of communication and transportation and transmutation. We teach you step by step what to do with them as we go along, as you mature. One point for most of the knowledge seekers to remember is we are here to bring in new technology and new knowledge and new insight. We are not here to make systems for electricity or whatever. Even that's a carrot we carry you forward to the next step. And please be aware what you understood, what you understand, and how much your understanding has changed from the time you came in touch with the Keshe Foundation. How much your soul has elevated, how much your knowledge has increased.
Anyone want to share anything about what's happened to them since they've come to the Keshe Foundation, even if it's just a sentence or two? I've always heard that, which my mother instilled in me. Of course, she could never explain it. I made the man, you're made in the image of the Creator, but it was never explained to me. It was only repeated to me. And I always wondered, and we always got into these with other religious types and things. Is God made it like the physicality? Does he have a physicality? Does he have the arm and 2 legs? But now we know the Creator works in the energy dimension, which is part of our structure. So in a way, not only it's the energy structure, as Mr. Keshe indicated, you're made out of the essence of the fields of the soul of the Creator, and not so much the physical end of it. Would anyone like to share anything or a point that since you've come to the Keshe Foundation that you've become enlightened to, or something you'd like to share? I know people are shy and they don't like to bring always things into public, but we know we've all grown over the time. Irmgard.
Yeah, well, I'm shared this before. I've been working with the Ubesu with Dr. Curran about my memory issues, and that has gotten significantly better. Significantly. Also with the butterflies, when they came in the house, the atmosphere got much, much more happy. So I have to say that.
You mean you brought some butterflies into your home? The kind
Yeah.
that fly? Not those butterflies.
Not those.
I
No,
think what
butterflies.
Irma is referring to, again, I don't know if I can quickly find it in the Keshe Foundation store. This is the least expensive product, I think, in the Keshe Foundation store. We call them the, let's just go down. Yes, right here. Keshe Plasma Field Absorption Butterflies. Now, we all thought these were for putting on your cell phone. They're small, medium, and large. Different sizes are different. Whoops, where did that go? Let's see if we can bring that back. Uh-oh, what happened here? Okay, somewhere it disappeared. Where's the Keshe Foundation store? Very funny, but we'll find it again. Let's just find it again. We'll go back to the store if we can.
Well, I have them in various windows.
Okay.
And for my dog who has seizures a lot,
Yes.
I have it next to his bed, one in a drawer on one side and one in a drawer on the other side, because it's very destructive when he has a seizure. So I don't want the stuff to get wrecked. So it's inside the drawer with just facing him, one on each side. So, and I don't know what it did, if it's done anything, because he still has seizures, but not as often.
Keshe Plasma Field Absorption Butterfly is specifically developed technology with the property of enhancing the negative oxygen environment affecting a major spectrum of fields within the environment, especially for diversion and absorption of fields, which are not needed in the environmental condition, and that might be harmful to systems. This product is designed in a special way by undisclosed technologies and materials which are developed in Keshe Foundation research laboratories. It does not use normal nano-coated materials. It's offered in 3 different sizes. The small version is for mobile phones, inside cars, in rooms, on the windows, etc. Medium version is intended for tablets, inside cars, in rooms, on the windows, etc. Large version is intended for laptops, under the bed, under mats, under high field current flows, and other uses, like putting it under your kitchen table, for example. I just added that myself. It is advised to be used in pair in large environments for better effect. Placed opposite to each other, remember the twinity he's been talking about? Placed opposite to each other in that environment. For example, if you place one in the corner of the room, place the second one in the diagonally opposite corner of the room, or to be placed in picture frames opposite from each other in the room. Oh, I didn't realize that either. About the frames or the picture frames. So if you have a work environment, the office has a lot of tension in it, you may want to slip some of these butterflies, which cannot be made. As Mr. Keshe said, these cannot be replicated. He just specifically said by undisclosed technology. So these are technologies, we can make something that looks exactly like this, but it will not function like this. There's hidden technologies, undisclosed technologies, and the way it's put together is proprietary at this point in time. So yes, we can make them, we can nano coat them, but it's not going to have the same effect as what's a certified Keshe Foundation product. We all thought these were for, you know, just catching the bad radiation off your computers or your cell phones. But Mr. Keshe said this is one of the most precious products in the entire store. It's a soul elevator, and these are priceless. That was his description of them at one point. Okay, let's just go back. We're just highlighting a couple of things here we see in the announcements, because again, this whole Keshe Foundation structure can be a little bit daunting. There's so many videos and so much knowledge and so much new language that we've never heard about. That it does take some time for you to investigate and understand for yourself. Not so much what I'm telling you either. Yes? Anyone else? Any thoughts? Let's just finish this up. It's only a minute or so.
And then you understand there's a capability for every man in respect of the what we call financial position or society position to elevate himself, his own knowledge, his own understanding about his own creation, and put these together in a way that it besuits and befits your soul, not your physicality. If you have any questions, we try to answer, and if I remember anything as usual, I jump out and tell you.
Sorry, just trying to get back to the store again. Let's actually go to the background if we could. Okay, you cannot minimize Zoom. Okay. Very good. Okay, so that's just a very, very tiny overview of what's going on. Sometimes the announcements are longer and sometimes they're shorter, but he's given us an actual direction of where the Keshe Foundation is heading overall. And we're not directing in a way, how the Keshe Foundation is proceeding because we don't have, we're not aware. Mr. Keshe is already in a way, at the top levels of governments. All the governments know who he is and that he's here and for what purpose he's here. And they all know about the technology, which they discuss among themselves on a regular basis, although they don't discuss it with their nationals. So it's in plain sight, but yet it's hidden. And this is what we're asking the leadership in Iran to do, is to open this up for humanity, that we can all be in the land of milk and honey. And that's been one of my wishes, to see the East live the luxurious life of the West. There's no reason that I should be living any better than, in a way, anyone else on this planet. That there's enough, and there's enough knowledge here that we all can live a beautiful, luxurious life without the pressure of working, just, living to work, as they say, or and the rest of this, where people are just can't meet their monthly bills or their foods and all the rest of this. It's just, and the technology is there for the beautiful transition time and into this land of milk and honey. And you might say it's a fairy tale, you might say it will never happen, but we know it's happened in other places in the universe, and now this planet is up to be elevated and to join with the larger family, which we refer to as the universal community. They're from the same creator as we are. We just don't fully understand the creator and the process of creation. You would think, well, if we're from the same creator, how come they don't look like us or they don't act like us? But again, it's just our lack of understanding that the creator shows himself in trillions of faces. Yes? Is there more?
Yes. I have been, since I'm in the United States, I have been observing all the propaganda and all the stuff about the elections. That's coming up on Tuesday. And there are interesting promises being made by Trump and his group that he has assembled around him, including Elon Musk, about all kinds of changes that will happen. And I have the sense that these people all know very well about Mr. Trump and
Mr. Keshe.
Mr. Keshe.
Yeah, that's what he said, or he said both sides are aware of what can be brought in, but they just want to win the election and make it look like they brought it. Something along that line.
Well, I hear what their goals are, like to establish a healthcare system that is not harmful and establish a food system that is not harmful, because that's all happening here now, is all this money stuff to exploiting people and making them sick or die.
Yeah, and I just I heard.
Speaking,
go ahead.
They're talking about the opposite, and I'm wondering if they may want to work with Mr. Keshe because they have the same goals.
Definitely. I think the Defense Department is trying to get a hold of, as he said, with that patent that they're working on with this Professor Pius or whatever. And it was interesting that I had heard today that Robert Kennedy had said that they're going to remove the fluoride from the water in the United States. Isn't that an interesting... I guess everybody's teeth will rot out now if we don't have the fluoride.
No, they don't.
No, I know.
No, if they also feed them better food, their teeth will be just fine. And if they get rid of all the vaccines that are damaging people, people will be much better off, and we won't need that stuff. We have a couple of life.
Of course, absorbing fields will really help that whole process, won't it?
Exactly.
You don't even need to kill. It's not so much about eating, it's about killing. And this is
Right.
what Mr. Keshe said. We don't really look at a carrot as an entity
Right.
or an
But
orange. It's our right
yeah,
to take it and eat it.
yeah, what I mean is that the present system is evil. You know, everybody's taking advantage of everybody else, or rather, not everybody, but some people are taking advantage of everybody else. And that has to change.
Well, we
And I
always
think
want
it
to
can.
we always want to blame the devil or the evil or something else, but he really said we have to look at ourselves. It's us who got us into this position over
Right.
millions of years, and it's us who are going to have to bring ourselves out of this position. But of course,
Right.
it's beautiful that the universal community is going to lend that helping hand with technology and understanding
Right.
to make this transition easier. And of course, we know this is not the worst planet that Mr. Keshe has had to deal with. As he said, I've
Yeah.
been doing this around the universe for millions of years.
Yeah,
And
because the Trump family, somebody has all the papers, or Tesla, so they're very well aware of that aspect. And Elon Musk, supposedly everybody listens in on the classes, and the military
yeah,
too.
yeah.
So
And
everything's getting
he'll be
ready for
sitting
this
right,
transition.
yeah, he'll be sitting right next to the president. He'll have the president's ear. And
Right.
maybe he'll say he kind of pinched the battery technology from the Keshe Foundation.
Right.
And
And he knows what the Keshe Foundation is about, but he can't replicate it. So
right,
maybe in
right.
this new potential position, he may help
I felt
have
that
people
too.
have open ears.
I really felt that too. I was hoping he would have already pointed to Mr. Keshe as the leading scientist on this planet, but
Yeah.
that has not. And again, maybe due to his position and whatever, that may not be acceptable at this point. But it may be
Yeah.
acceptable next week. We'll see.
Yeah, right. And they are assembling such a tremendous group of people, that between them they may get over their egos and be able to do what's really necessary
Good.
or useful.
Okay. Thank you, Erm. Anyone else want to add anything else? Ike said in the chat, would anyone listen to a liar? Who are you referring to, Ike?
Trump and the so-called team. There's no need for all that. They don't have any interest other than their own interests. So he's just trying to avoid going to jail.
Okay. Yeah, that's what our president has said. Yes, our current president, Biden. Yeah, he's just trying to stay out of the slammer. Any other thoughts? Okay, perhaps let's see here. We're kind of, I think we'll just start at the beginning of the teaching and we'll just go for about 10 minutes. And then let's see one of the more exciting developments was the star formation. What was showed there, which was pointed out to us. Again, we sort of missed it. No one had an inkling, or if they did, they didn't bring it up in any of the classes or any of the meetings I was in, and I didn't see it either. And who would know there was craft behind these lights? It's just amazing. So let's bring up our 562 Knowledge Seekers workshop. And if we can, we'll try to bring up the transcript at the same time. Where's our transcript? This hasn't made it so easy. Then I'll have to share it again, I think. For some reason, I need to get to that multiple screens and how to do that. Okay, we'll go back to the beginning of the teaching and just to hear again some of our own capabilities within our own structure about, our ability or this chameleon or this schizophrenic understanding of both operating. We're aware of it, but the society and people around us have told us it's a dream, it's a daydream, it's a coincidence, that sort of thing can happen, and so on and so forth. But now we're opening up this whole world of energy side of our dimension and our amino acids, as he said. later on to Dean, he said, if I change the energy in the amino acids, you'll see little green men. This is the way our amino acids apparently, with the hydrogen and the carbon, is for the energy side, and the nitrogen and the oxygen is for the physicality side, but they all work in a way together as well. So there's much more that we have to learn about this, but let's just go back to and it's for something for you to contemplate and think about. You're actually a entity that works in both dimensions. We haven't really understood. We thought it was all the physicality and we just go to rest and rebuild ourselves. But all this interactions that's going on in the dream state or in your imagination sometimes is actually the energy side of us, which we kind of shake our heads sometime. And how did I end up thinking about this? Or it seemed like deja vu, as he said. But let's just hear a little bit more how Mr. Keshe is explaining our construction. And of course, you're the captain of your ship, but you have to learn how to operate it or what it's all about, and not man's understanding. We're adding knowledge to man's understanding. We're opening up this new dimension of energy. As I repeated again, we're opening, and Mr. Keshe said, we're opening the mystery of the matter state of the entity to its energies.
Thank you very much. A couple of announcements we have to make. We made it.
Sorry, wrong spot. Let me go back to around 12 or so here. And of course, we saw a beautiful video. Let's just see if this is right.
Ongoing for over 10 years now.
Okay, thank you, Rick.
And once again, we have Mr. Mayran Keshe as our presenter and guide through today's workshop. And I believe he's ready to go with the latest information and teaching for today. Hello, Mr. Keshe. Are you there?
Yes. Good morning, good day to you. As usual, whenever you listen to this series of knowledge is program from Keshe Foundation, especially with we are back and with a lot of joyful time to come and a lot of things to be able to learn and to share. In the process of creation, mankind always has looked at the physical dimension and not on the dimension of the creation and how the two merges. Past few weeks we've shown how your body is structured through amino acid. That one part is a physical and one part is the universal energy. And in the physical part, you communicate with voice, with noise, with sight, with everything else, with kicking or whatever, that one knows you exist and what you're communicating. On the other side, which is the energy side, which is connected to universal line of energies where we are created to what I call, this is the string at the end of the balloon, which connects the balloon to somebody's hand or a source, a point, where the balloon is the body of the man, physicality of the man. We have to see how that side communicates. We visualize our dream. We visualize it because we have the coding system, which once the energy enters it, that decoding system creates its own image. And then we see it as dream, or we receive it as a noise, information, or whatever. This is what we do. We send a message down the computer lines, and then when it receives by the other side, the other end, it converts it to an image. Then we know this is what image the other side has sent. Or the interaction of the fields has created, we call it the noise or lines on the screen we see. Some of it is made by the person sending you the picture, and some of it is lines and noises which is made by the equipment itself, which is still manifests itself as an image on the screen. So our brain is an image converter from the energies which it receives, and man calls this a dream. When he sees the conversion through the eye holes, which comes through the eye neurosystem to the brain, we call it an image of reality of physicality. But unfortunately, the dimension of the energy fields of the universe, which work on the dimension of the energy side of the brain, is still interact with this material called the brain of the man. And each information, once it's done, has certain strength, which converts itself to the image of what we call the dream, because now it's converted as energy. And we know what these energies are. One energy is the level of the mother, one energy is the level of a stone, the flower, and everything else, which our brain recognizes that. But how much of it does our brain deciphers, and some of it doesn't decipher because it does have no reference point to it. What does this mean? It is like, I spoke with the Chinese, with the eyes not centralized. One eye looks a slightly different way to the other, so the brain continuously decides which eye is giving the right information, and you recognize it as being. If you close the eye of a Chinese man, or a woman, which has these defects on the eye, and just try to carry them the information, they are in a huge dilemma. Because they trust the ears both to give the same, but they don't trust the eyes. Because it's automatically needs confirmation of. It's very easy to confuse the Chinese with the eye repositioning. It's extremely easy to do. Because they visually, what they see, the brain automatically by birth has recognized which picture is real or mixture of the two gives them three-dimensional reality. It's the same with our brain. We receive the information in a three-dimensional, and then our brain deciphers. It's a decoder. And then during the day, that image is continuously there, but we have nobody working on that screen. It's like you've seen this new system that they put two monitors next to each other to make a half circle monitor. Nobody is watching the left, what they call monitor. You're only watching the right monitor, which is your physical dimension of life. If you learn to be able to monitor and watch both the screen at the same time, then the life becomes interesting. Because on one side, you have the physical dimension when you're looking, and one side is what we call universal energy dimension conversion in the brain. This is what our transmutation at the moment is doing with a lot of knowledge seekers. They see themselves physically, but they go somewhere else in energy, but they're aware of the body still left. As our Australian friend wrote a couple of days ago, I was in Athens, I could feel, I could touch, everything was so real, but I knew my physical body is at home. This is the next step, to be able to create a trust in when you're in Athens, to call the physicality over, to give the trust that I can come back home. The reason you have watching one of the screens and both of the screens, due to the training you're getting from the Keshe Foundation, plus on top of what we naturally know, has to become a norm. In a way, I want to cross the road. I can see the car. I can see the drivers, whatever. Then I look at my energy side, which is connected to the energy side of the driver. Sorry, I'm thinking about my grandmother. I have no attention to the road. Don't cross to get the physicality to a stop because I'm going to hit it because the guy is dreaming somewhere else. And this is why suddenly You're crossing the road and somebody pulls you back. It's the energy side, the soul side, where with the driver's side that's coming, you pull it back. If you close your eyes and go into the repair condition, what we call sleep, now the left screen is working. And the information still comes. The brain has to decide what you call it a dream. Man has not learned to use, to be aware, to collaborate the energy side with the physical side. And this is why man has a problem even in transmutation, because in watching the two screen, he has a problem, let alone bringing to be able to bring the left screen on the right side, or the right side on the left side, and collaborate the two to get one screen. Why do you need two?
And again, this is all about you. Only you can see those one screen or those two screens. I can't see them for you. You have to decide what your system is doing and how you can, in a way, manipulate it or use it or play with it in so many ways. We're giving you a new toy. I think the new toy is actually you. But we've always looked outside ourselves. And of course, in the transmutation test, Mr. Keshe is adding in the cosmic ray bundle. He's adding in the discs. He's adding the spheres onto the disc. We have the glasses and a few other things that are going to make this process much more easier for some to allow it to be ingrained within your structure, that then you don't need it. He's even talking about putting a pin perhaps in the ear. I know he's mentioned putting a small microchip behind the ear in the past, that the energies, again, with this universal energy system, will allow you to just not transmute for 1 minute or two, but maybe longer and longer periods of time of transmutation. Even in the dream he was talking about, you only really dream for a few minutes of that time, even though you think the whole event was the 4 hours you were sleeping. But that, I don't believe that's correct. You're only interacting for a very short period with this carbon-14 or carbon-15, whatever you're interacting with. Now with this new universal system, which again can be, it's like a flow of water or a river. You're not just getting one drop, you're getting a constant flow of this energy to allow you to hold or to stay in that transmutation state for longer. And again, this is just my way of looking at it. And I'm not asking you to look at it my way. I'm saying this is the way I'm seeing it at this point.
Why do you need two eyes? Man, in the passage of space, when it becomes man of space, you'll find many creatures use only one eye. Because the dimension of the trust in the line of the connection to universal energy and a physical dimension is one. Very few creatures, very few creatures in the universal community are like man with two eyes and everything in two parts, because of the matter state of the, what we call it, the creation. Now, this is the problem we have with you lot. When we get you into the wellness system individually, and you are there to do something, we see the whole both side comes together. You read of one hymn sheet. When we put you in a group trying to transmute you, or put you individually in transmission, the lack of trust eliminates the power of transmutation.
So that's a big key for all of us, the lack of trust. In the past, he said it's 95% trust and 5% knowledge. So it's this trust factor, and only you can trust yourself. I can't go into you and cause you to trust yourself. And he said with this lack of trust, this eliminates the power of transmutation. So this is the things we're learning to work on with our own reactors, and you have yours just the way I have mine and everyone else does as well. So it's about you understanding yourself and your own creation and working with the soul of physicality and the soul together to create certain things, which again, this is a deep knowledge for most. And they don't want to approach it. Let me go back and read a book because this is just too much for me to handle. But this is actually the way we operate. We're just learning about this, more or less.
How can you build this? How can you change this? How can you become the controller of the whole structure of your life? As one of knowledge seekers says, I was dreaming, and in a dream, I had a dream. In my dream, I was dreaming about such and such a thing. Now, imagine that. What does it mean? It means in the dimension of the energy of the universe, you still can dream. Is the extension of evolution in understanding. The way you dream in a physical condition through the soul of physicality and physicality, which has nothing to do with a connection to an universal line, the soul of the man has the same characteristics. In a way, through connection with the fields of the creator, the essence of the creation, sees the connection of what needs the energy level to do. Then you bring that at the same time hitting the, what I call the translator, the transformer of the energy, which is the brain of the man, to become information that you see a dream of a dream. And then at the same time, you have a dream of physicality. In the process of creation, this.
I was thinking the daydream, but of course you're not sleeping in the daydream, but is that a dream within a dream? I know, Mr. Keshe, when you go into space in the matter state, you won't sleep. He said there's so much energy there that sleep is not even needed. So when would you do this dream within a dream? Or dreaming in that condition? Is it maybe like you're awake, but you're having a dream within a dream, perhaps? I think of the GANs of the GANs in a way, if that makes any sense. I'm not sure how to connect it, but it's this is what he's saying, the dream in the dream. But when you travel in the matter state, he said there's so much energy in the universe, there's no need for sleep anymore. You'll very rarely fall asleep. So perhaps this will be, again, a conscious awareness of this dream, but not having to go to sleep to do it. Again, I don't know.
This is part of the structure of understanding how you will be able to transmute and how you'll be able to transfer. A lot of people call it déjà vu in English, in French. That means I've seen this before, I've been there. It's just like a repeat of. There's not a repeat of. There is nothing called I've seen this before. You see what you think you've seen in the dimension and image of what your soul has seen. On the string attached to the physicality. And now you bring the two images together, then you say, oh, in physicality is what actually I've seen in the dimension of energy. But don't forget, it has a problem. The problem is, brain of the man is physical. The soul is aware of, inform the brain. Now physicality sees is a time delay. It's like when you speak on Earth and the guy listens on the moon. You have a time delay. So what soul sees in the dimension of its energy, physicality sees in the dimension of physicality. And then you say, I've seen this before. It's like a déjà vu. Why? Now you understand. The speed of dimension of the universal energy is much, much stronger than the conversion in physical, which creates a time delay. If you
So he's really, in so many ways, you know how you get a manual when you buy a car, or usually there's something in the glove box that tells you all the little things and what to do and what to check and see if this is right or how this works. This is a manual for your whole construction, as I see it, telling you how you're operating and how you can operate and what to look for. And again, it's just scratching the surface, I think. There's much, much more. This manual is quite large. But again, it's also simple at the same. It's complicated, but it's sophisticated, complicated, but yet simple at the same time. But you can see how many of those manuals are quite thick. They talk about the lights and the blinkers and the radio and the heating system. So this is what Mr. Keshe is doing with us. He's in a way going through the manual of how you actually could work, depending on you. Again, they're not chewing it for you. You're an active participant in this process if you choose to. But he's given you some guideposts, some keys to, again, get your own structure working and learn how to play in these in this energy dimension. We're quite good in playing in the physicality, but it's this energy that has us confused. And as we know, there are a number of other dimensions besides the physicality and the energy dimension, which when we're ready for it, it'll be taught in the future.
understand this, then you can use this knowledge in transmutation. You see you're in Colosseum, you see you are in whatever, and you see your body in another position. Just reverse the process to call in, to transfer energy of the soul of the physicality with you. The physicality will come, but you always have a trace back, as we saw in the ladder. You're always connected. The biggest problem is to transmute on this planet. The easiest problem is to transmute across the universe. The reason being is that in the physicality, you have to trust the physicality. In the energy, the connection, you know, is always connected to the point, which means you're always connected to DNA, to the atmospheric gravitational field of the Earth. Your soul trusts, but your physicality doesn't. That's why 99% of you cannot transmute. When you do part of it, you're still connected to physicality. You see yourself doing something, but you're aware my physicality is here, my body is here. I tell you a story that you might understand. I explained this before. Going through the life of the soul. I lived in desert for hundreds of years. One tree and one water well. Saw the man cross. So many men come and tap into the reserve of the water. Never saw me. They always saw an old man sitting by the well. He used to be called, if you go to the history of the man of the Bedouins, they call you the story of the water well of the old man.
Did anyone find this story? Perhaps we need some Bedouins. I did look it up on the internet, but all I got was The Old Man in the Sea by Ernest Hemingway and a number of other stories. Anyone can add to this where we would find this story about the old man sitting by the well? It's probably, again, another teaching story in so many ways. And we could open that up, but I didn't find it at all. Maybe it's in different cultures have it there, and someone will find it in the future and we'll start to open it up.
I watched many come and go over centuries. None ever understood where they are coming from and not ever understood where they're going to. Even though I asked them, the only reference point they had was the city and a city destination. They never understood about the transmutation and their own soul. Where did the soul come from and where the soul is going to? I asked the question about the energy of the creation. They answered in the dimension of physicality of the man. Then it comes a point. You choose to move on. You choose to move to see when the time is right, is now I have to do, where we transfer the energy of the old man into the dimension of physicality of a young child to manifest in the dimension to complete what already another cycle of beginning has started that has to fulfill by the child. Then comes what child does in physicality is not what in essence does the man in the soul. If you understand this, you understand the process of transmutation and transportation and conversion. So for you knowledge seekers, that you're coming to this point is one thing is important. The point of the birth conversion from the energy to matter and the matter to energy. That cry of birth, that evolution of the time cross, that singing of the owl, all is the same thing. All refers to one condition, but with different stories that you might understand it at different level of the comprehension. In the systems of coming time, when you go through these tests on Fridays, once a month, we push you to that dimension. In a way, the next 3 sessions is the carrot to get you moving.
Okay, again, just highlighting the transmutation session in the store where you can book your virtual seat. And again, the next 3 coming up are going to be phenomenal, and no one's guaranteed anything. This is about keeping the Keshe Foundation free for humanity, but at the same time, little things may start to happen to you during the session or even the time following the session, more than likely. You may notice little changes in you, and they're asking you to report back to the Keshe Foundation if you've noticed anything. So this is all about this transmutation, and step by step, they're moving you into a position where you can do this. And again, it's a trust factor seems to be the biggest factor in all of this, that we just don't trust ourselves, or we've listened to other people and they told us, no, this is an impossibility and don't waste your time. Oops, sorry. Let me try that one more time. Here, Keshe Foundation Store, share. Hopefully we're seeing that again. And now we'll just go back and just finish up this last part here. I don't know why it's doing that. Okay, let's go.
The carrot is that on the level of energy, you can have everything you want. Why do you attach yourself to the dimension of physicality, which then it needs to kill to destroy? I give you the energy of the carrot, you create the image of the carrot in your brain, you receive the energy of the carrot, you don't need to destroy a carrot. So you want a steak, I create that energy which hits your brain, You get the image of the steak, you enjoy yourself with it, then you don't need to kill.
So again, here he's mentioned the brain twice. You can create that carrot. You create the image of the carrot in your brain. You want the steak, you create that energy which hits your brain. You get the image of the steak. You enjoy yourself with it, and then you don't need to kill. You still have to feed. There's no question about it. But the idea of taking another entity's energy to sustain your own is not the ethos of the universe. And this is where man has a hard time in understanding this. But step by step, we're getting there. And especially if you've experienced this, once you, as he said, you'll understand it when you come to it. Once you've been fed through this system, and a number of people within the Keshe Foundation have, and in a way they've quote unquote tasted it, you'll find out that you're quite satisfied with this energy more than the matter state energy. So this is where he's saying we want to bring you to be able to feed yourself. And of course, there's soaps in the store that you can look for. I don't think they've been put up there yet, but this is all part of the understanding of feeding yourself, because we can't send you into the universe and you're going to be looking for an orange or a pizza or something else. You have to create these images within your brain, as he said in the 558, where he used the garlic and the smell of the lavender and the orange or the banana. And if you can recall that image, you can then feed yourself with that. I know it sounds preposterous, and I always thought it was. When I had heard in the Keshe Foundation you could feed yourself without eating. I said, this can't be possible. How could you, if you're not eating something, how are you able to sustain yourself? But now we know it's all energies. And of course, we're already feeding ourselves 80% without killing. So it's only the 20% that the creation left us short that causes us to go into this position. So we don't have far to go in this area of moving away from killing and destroying other creatures. The creator doesn't do this. He doesn't eat any of his creation to sustain his own energies. So this whole idea of the creator order killing and blood and the shedding of blood, and then I feel good about it, this is all nonsense to me. And I, even before the Keshe Foundation, I thought, why would the creator who created so many things demand blood and killing to be satisfied, or feel that you could appease the creator by shedding the blood of another creature? It just, I didn't understand why I didn't like it, but it just didn't make sense to me at that point in time. But now I understand much more, being in and around the Keshe Foundation, what this is all about. And for sure, we're going to be much healthier, longer lived, and a more vibrant person, I would think, in our whole structure. And of course, you're going to take that out into the universe and operate in the same manner. So this is why this training is going on. Okay, I think we'll leave that for now. I did want to cover one other point, which of course was this star formation. And I think this is very important too. Let's see, I'm not sure where we are here. Okay, we're going to just, and there's so much here. Again, this is your owner's manual in a way, but it's for you as an individual. All the systems don't work exactly the same. Just like there's no star, a star is a star, but yet every star is an individual as well. And of course, how their solar system or their universe operates is maybe different than yours. And there may be some tweaking or some other things that don't exactly line up. As he said, I find a place in the universe, and which is heaven to me. I invite you there, and you tell me this is the worst place I've ever been in. It feels like hell. So again, it's individual taste. You sweeten it the way you'd like to sweeten it, and what befits me may not befit you. So this is why he continually is saying it's all what you take from this knowledge and how you understand it. And it's not a force feeding of it. So this is why we're presenting Mr. Keshe and what he's saying, and hopefully he's touching all of our souls as he does even through with the universal community, the ones that hear the soul of him. And of course, nothing's hidden from the soul, as we know. But let's go up to about 1 hour and 27 minutes. I think this was a question from Claudia, and I'll just scroll up there a little faster. Okay, it's somewhere around here. Yeah, I think that was it right there. Is there a structure? Okay. Is there a structure or device to measure plasma fields?
Next question.
Okay, thank you. Let me see. Claudia has a couple of other questions. Is there a structure or device to measure the plasma fields?
Yes, but you need to create another plasma to understand it, to be able to measure the dimension of it, the fields of it, the strength of it, and how you create it, and what field it creates, and how it manifests itself. We saw this clearly in the past 4 weeks. Keshe Foundation technology was clearly used by the Iranian government on horizons of the Tel Aviv. Let me explain to you, and then you see the measure of the fields. You can go on the internet and watch this video, or if I can share with you some photos which we noticed as attack was taking place, we were observing the position of the lights and everything else, and now somebody has put on the internet, we can speak about it, and then you see how the technology has changed and how the technology changes. I show you a sequence which is important to understand the sequence, and then I show you other pictures with it. I'll send a link to Rick, but I don't know if we can show it or not.
Do you want me to show that
no,
image?
I'm showing it. I put the image up now. You can link.
I cut out the image if you want that.
Yeah, it's okay. I show you.
Okay, so this is all about what happened on October 1st when there was a return fire from Iran into Tel Aviv, Israel, and the explanation of it from Mr. Keshe and how the star formation was demonstrated in public. I didn't pick up on it, but he said he kept it from the public for a bit of time at this point. So, but now it's been opened up in a way gently or, you know, softly. We don't know all the details or any of the details, how it was actually done. But as he said, we show you what we do, but we don't always show you how we do it.
But the biggest problem is in the future, which we have to resolve. We know the solution, but you will have to do it. This is the time of transition. Even this carrot business in next 3 months is a transition. But if you don't learn it, you cannot go through the transmutation complete. What does this mean? It means once you come to the transmutation, in the universe, the food has no taste. The food has no image. It's not a cow, it's not a carrot, it's not a steak, it's not a pie. For the time being, we have to push you along till you get the confidence that you can drive without holding to the handle, without needing a car, without needing to put a fuel in it, which is your physicality, and the fuel of physicality, which is killing to get, where universal energy, you receive what you need, because the next creature doesn't look like a cow, it doesn't taste like a carrot, it does not need to be consumed, but its energy is giver, and you are the possessor. You possess love, which means you give from the root of the essence of your creation, which means mehrad, which means to give unconditionally with love of the Creator. If you understand this, you can transmute. If you understand this, you can feed yourself. If you understand this, the process of the creation will become to you as clear as the daylight. When you transmute, leave the physicality, if you don't see first that light, it means you're still in the dimension of physicality. Man cries when he's born. Soul, when it transmutes due to conversion of the field energy in interaction with its environment, creates the light. I am the light. Because the light is me, is the essence of the creation, confirmation of my existence in the realm of the Creator. I'm the only one who sees the light. Hence, I still have the confirmation of the physicality. You knowledge seekers need to step up to understand and bring that change. Live your beautiful life in physicality with your wife, your children, and everything else. And understand what is, what can, and how things can be. What does this mean? To you, does not necessarily means anything to anybody else. You are used to dreaming and you're used to physical dimension. And in that process, none of you, in a way, due to condition of the structure of the brain, this light never, hardly you ever see. Because the brain has learned to deny it. So it doesn't exist. Because if you were in the physical dimension and then you go into the position of the different field strength of the body of the man as an energy, when the, what we call the energy expands to cover the totality of operation in the visual dimension and even the sound dimension, our brain has learned to, in a way, when it sees this, clip it. Doesn't exist because we do this even during the daytime. And when that clipping switch is not sequential and is not deleted, you call it deja vu. If operates in a direction and dimension of the energy, it becomes part of your life. And in a way, as I said, when you're crossing the road, is the field energy of the soul which pulls you back. It says, oh, somebody pulled me back. No, it's your own energy field which does not follow your physicality. How many times come to you that says something is holding me back? That guy behind you, that guy who doesn't allow you to cross or something holds you back, is your soul. And through the interaction of blocking in this what we call flashlight of conversion, you feed it at something else. You call it premonition. You have created so many words to justify our ignorance and not face the fact, the reality of the life, that the two sides, the energy side and the physical side, are the same. Next time you come to this point, try to cross it. Try to follow, be aware in dimension of physicality where the soul takes you. Not what you want to do. Then you'll see, you find gradually ways to transmute, because now you are doing the job of the soul. In a way, you're giving physical dimension to the action of the soul. Don't do crazy things. Don't go and jump off a cliff. But understand that process. We have to take you through this process. We have to teach you this. Many of you come on the teaching, will understand, and through the energy we create within your field of universal dimension, you will connect to the body called physicality, and then you become the teachers of the others through the same dimension of field strength. It's like we know we do not eat a fruit which is red in the jungle. It can kill. This become part of our second part. Transmuting, transferring, trusting the energy of the soul of the man has to become accepted, and accepted by the man, because it's not the second part. It's always been there. It's you who's been denying it. It's very much like, as I said many times before, 30, 40 years ago, when you used to walk on the street, people used to talk to themselves and make faces with themselves and raise their hands, and we used to call them the crazy. Now, 80% of the population is crazy because you got the headphones in your ear and you're talking on a mobile phone. Have you watched somebody when he talks? We even run, and nowadays they bring you these glasses that you think is so real that you jump off the table and break your leg, where you think is on the reality of the image. In a way, mankind has been made ready for transmutation by the carrots of the mobile phone, by the stake of the new eye units and acceptance of the telephone in 1844. Gradually, we are giving you that carrot to believe that you don't need to have anything in your hand. Soon there'll be a little pin in your ear. You don't need even to carry the phone. And then it goes with everything else, as telephones in 1980s used to be the size of a briefcase. Now is a pinhead. Now we accepted it. Now we develop technologies which transfers energy in the energy of the universe, that man can switch between the energy and what we call physicality.
Okay, let's stop it there. So these are the wearable or implantable technologies that are going to become available, but right now we're just holding them or wearing them. But I think in the future this will be, and this will allow the energies to be available both for the physicality and the energy dimension. So I think we'll just leave it there. I was going to stop it earlier, but I couldn't find the video that was playing. Gosh, I think I just have too many things on the screen here. Okay, I think we need to go to the creating this dome of peace, which is a daily effort on our part. And it can be more than daily. It can be multiple times daily. If you see that image of a president, or you think, give to the soul of that person or that religious leader, there's probably a reason why you saw that at that point in time. And again, we don't fully understand it, but we know we can impact or elevate others, including ourselves. So let's just go to the Dome of Peace if we can. We're all waiting to hear from Alex. And this is something that we do every Sunday, is spreading Gans waters. But you can do it not only on Sunday, but Monday and Tuesday and Wednesday and every day of the week. China's been doing it for a number of years. And this is a way for something we can do in the matter state, and releasing Gans waters. As Mr. Keshe jokingly said one time, this is the way you take over a planet. But it's more than that. And it does connect wellness centers together. You may be a wellness center within yourself as a satellite or something else. But this is the first step of creating the Dome of Peace. And of course, the Brazilian team has also put something together here that we can see, and we can all join together on Sunday at 12 p.m. and or 6 p.m. CET or CEST to use the plasma water you've made, not the GAN so much. You may want to put a little bit in there. You're releasing it into the environment. And this has quite a high level of intelligence, even though you would just look at it as pure water. But it has an ability to go where it's needed to go and to bring what it's needed to bring, which is usually creating a balanced situation. And so join the Brazilian team, join the rest of the knowledge seekers at these particular times, which are set by the Keshe Foundation, to release GANS waters. But as I said, you can do it anytime. But collectively, we're stronger. And of course, nobody fails this test either. So that's one of them. And we'll go back to our video. It's unfortunate I have to continue to switch screens and continue to share here. We'll finish this.
I don't know if anyone wants to read this Dome of Peace. Anyone want to offer?
I will
With a nice
read it
voice.
for you.
Okay.
This is what came in and what is now become a pattern. This is from a guy, I don't know him, but it says, please remember this Sunday and every Sunday from now on, till we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet. Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the gas waters around the world at 12 p.m. Central European Time and or 18 p.m. Central European Time every Sunday at the same time as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for participating in this greatest movement by the soul of the man to bring about the peace on this planet as the permanent feature of the life of this planet.
Thank you, Stefania. Let's go to the second step in creating the Dome of Peace, which is using the power of the souls.
Anybody wants to read the Dome of Peace? I mean, beautiful souls. Anybody? Here? Okay. I'll read this beautiful presentation of Dome of Peace. And the Dome of Peace is already here. All the knowledge seekers, truth seekers, lovers of humanity has built it in a way, spreading the guns, loving each other as shareholders. So I will read this as please remember every Sunday from now on until we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet, Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the GANS waters around the world at 12 p.m. CET and or at 18 p.m. CET every Sunday at the same time, as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for the participation in this greatest movement by the soul of man to bring about the peace on this planet as a permanent feature of the life of this planet. Mr. Keshe suggests we add the next step to create the Dome of Peace with power of the souls, as we have already going through this with the 2 eyes. And we ask you to spread the GANS waters each Sunday. Now we give you a new path. Now try to unite each other's souls. Try to elevate the souls of humanity, soul of humanity, through your own soul to a level that no one can touch the embodiment of the human race. So beautiful. Choose a time where all of you come together on the soul level in a state of inner calmness. At that time, don't spread the water of GANS, but spread your soul. Unite, and in time, we will make a new race out of the soul of man. And then, instead of doing it once a week, do it all the time. MT Keshe. Thank you.
Okay, and thank you as well, Shweta. And of course, we have daily intentions with the Brazilian team who've been faithfully carrying this out without stopping. And what we see here is on Wednesday at 6 p.m., you can join an actual meeting, and as well as at 1 a.m. Central European Time. Of course, you have to calculate on a daily basis. I mean, the daily intentions, you still need to know when your time is to meet. But this is a formal meeting, and this is something you can participate in the Telegram or KesheBrazil.com. I think there's a couple other ways to come in on the Zoom channel as well. But for the daily intentions, and what these daily intentions and collectively are representing is to create the Dome of Peace, yes, and this is the what we're in a way fulfilling. The Universal Council invites the Keshe family and the Universal Council family in unifying at the soul level every day at 9 p.m. Now, there are different times and different groups meet, but collectively, the Universal Council is asking us at this point in time, and you find out when 9 p.m. CET or CEST, we've just switched, and now I know in New York we're back to 6 hours behind that time. So for me, 9 p.m. is actually 3 p.m. And then you just take a minute or 5 minutes or whatever you'd like to take. And for the elevation of all the leaders, religious and political, and the soul of the totality of the Keshe Foundation, creating peace in everything that exists. And the Middle East is included in that, both sides, as well as the Ukraine and all the other terrible things that we see happening on this planet. We're trying to bring it into this land of milk and honey for all of us, where eventually no one will be struggling for food, for water, to sustain themselves in this life. So this is what we're doing here on this planet, and it's done through the energies, not through the matter state. In the matter state, you're going to find it pretty difficult to get anything done and to move through this physical structure. But on the energy structure, you have a direct line of communication to these people. And we understand that their position is quite low, even though they're world leaders, but they don't feel that they can change their position, or they're sort of locked into it. We're helping them. We're helping the soul of that individual to elevate to a bigger or a more of a universal understanding that there's no need to kill and destroy each other on this planet just to confirm your existence. So this is part of the whole process that we're going through. And so let's, if we can, we're just going to take about 2.5 minutes, and we will take a few minutes of silence at this point and use the collective powers of the soul. Collectively, it's almost like one flower versus a bouquet of flowers. Obviously, most people like a bouquet. It's a bigger family in a way. It has more different energies and different colors and different fields coming for it, and we're combining all those fields together. And that combination, or perhaps individually, you may hold a key to someone being elevated. And of course, in this whole process, you're not losing anything. Actually, the more you nourish the others, the more you become nourished and elevated in this whole process. So let's just take 2.5 minutes now and work through this. Join us on a daily basis at the 9 p.m. Join the Brazilian intentions on a daily basis, or for the elevation of the 5+1 on Wednesdays. And we thank the Brazilian team and all the people involved in this. There's many more involved than we've come to realize. But I've been sharing this, just asking people to wish for peace at my time, 3 p.m. every day, whether it's for 1 nanosecond or 1 minute or whatever you'd like to take. And again, don't worry about isolating yourself with no noise and no room or nothing in the background, because the physicality is not really involved in this process. It's more of an energy. And again, understanding our own energies as it befits you. So let's just take 2.5 minutes and work through this process, continuing to add. We know it's not a fast job. It's something that's taken time, and people have been doing this for years already. But sooner or later, we'll reach that When we reach the collective awareness of citizens on this planet, we'll have the field strength to push this through in a way. But even though things are still working in the background in a way, prodding, encouraging, elevating leaders and others to change their position into a permanent, peaceful position. So let's start now. And that's how easy the process is. It's not like working in the physicality where you're going to bang your arm or your finger because you're working, and it takes a lot of energy to work in the physicality. We're working in the pure energy dimension here, so it doesn't take a lot of work and it doesn't take a lot of effort to do. You're just simply opening up and spreading your soul to the ones that need it. And of course, the soul knows where the energy should go. I've also going to put in the chat here, listen to the last 20 minutes of the Knowledge Seekers Workshop number 23 for more details of how this process is understood and applied. And of course, that was back in 2014, I believe it was. And you can hear Mr. Keshe go through the same scenario we're seeing in Israel and Gaza and that Middle East area today. So we still have a bit of work to do, but again, it will be delivered as promised. So thank you all for participating. And you can see it's not anything that's difficult to do. It doesn't cost anything, just a moment of your life. So thank you all. And I think we're ready to, sorry, Alex, for cutting in a bit on your time, but let's see if Alex is ready to appear. Come forth, Alex, if you're still in the background.
Thanks very much, Mark.
Yes.
You coordinating all the efforts here to
Yes.
bring us forward.
And open O Sesame for us, Alex. Thank you.
Oh, this is interesting.
We're seeing your screen.
You are? Okay.
But there's nothing on it. It's black. Ah, there it is. Okay.
Well, we have to do some business. So let's do the business first, and let's see if we've learned something in the past week on how to do this. Thank you.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GANs processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
Not yet.
That went very smoothly. You're waiting for another slide to come up?
Yes. How about now?
It's there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all. This is the Keshe American Knowledge Team meeting on it's one of the most important meetings because it follows the most important meeting on Thursday, the Knowledge Seekers Workshops, followed up with the very powerful Brazilian team meeting. And so we get a chance to bring some representatives from the different continents together on this American Knowledge Team meeting, and understand that we're representing more than just North America here. So thank you all for attending. And I hope you enjoy the trip, because this is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute Teachings on Plasma Science. We're discussing intermediate transmutation, and the point of the discussion today is registration. My name is Alexander. I am from Canada. It is already November the 3rd of 2024, and this is the Keshe Foundation North America Plasma Education Series. So as we continue with the intermediate transmutation, we're talking about the y-axis sphere and how we are changing the mathematics, and which is a fictitious word. And today we're discussing another word that has an enormous number of meanings, and it's quite shocking. And I do mean shocking, because we're trying to get off the hesitancy highway. And of course, that's the lowest energy state. And so, many of us are like donkeys crossing this bonding highway. And it is a bonding highway because, it's a very slow process. And maybe we are going to need 2 tenths for the evening, as we say, because we are the masters of the universe. That's what we think we are. But what do you mean it doesn't compute? Have you ever heard that before? I have, too many times. And so that is a reference to computers, obviously. And we find that one of the first meanings of a register is a type of computer memory. And it's built directly into the processor of a CPU, the central processing unit of a computer, that is used to store and manipulate data. during the execution of instructions. A register may hold an instruction, a storage address, or any kind of data, such as a bit sequence or individual characters. And so that's one of the understandings of computers. So as we are searching for outer space, we want to register our place to get onto the plasma highway to our little pie in the sky. And that is a lifelong ambition. And we question, why is that the lifelong ambition? What about the rest of the pie? And why can't we have that? Would we be too greedy to have that? We don't want to be too greedy, do we? Well, we're not too greedy with respect to the universe, but we sure are greedy with respect to the planet. And so in the books of Maranteva called Keshe, we start with book number 1, The Universal Order of Creation of Matter. And so this becomes very important for us in our greedy ways, because we want to bring the matter, antimatter, and the dark matter together to create this matter. And then we wonder, well, where did that come from? And if we wonder where it came from, we also have to wonder where it goes to. So in book number 2, we have the structure of the light. So this is a means of communicating between matters. Well, that's a pretty good thing. But, when we look at book number 3 and we talk about the origin of the universe, we wonder how these different matters are actually created. And we see the relationship between man's universe and a sister universe. And so this becomes an important part of the understanding of the plasma science, what we call the plasma matter. But it is more than that. And that reason for that is because we are part of that matter. And what we've been trying for 350 weeks in a row at the One Planet, One Nation, One Race for Justice and World Peace is brought to you by Rick Crammon and the members of the Universal Council. And our members of the Universal Council are on planet Earth. But we're starting to realize that there are other members of the Universal Council. It's just we can't see them. And we can't see a lot of things. So for instance, we've only seen the 10 commandments, but now we see that there are missing commandments. So it takes it up to about 24 commandments. And so this puts a lot more pressure on us, because more commandments mean more responsibility. And so this is our ticket to the plasma highway. Well, that's fine, except that we're all still on the transmission highway. And the transmission highway involves a frequency. And we want to get into the transition highway. And we wonder, this transition highway, it's kind of at the crossroads. And with these crossroads, it means that there are more than 2 possibilities. But, we don't want to complicate things, because we just want to go from the transmission highway to the transmutation highway. And that's kind of what we're discussing right now. And so we're bringing the crossroads together of the X and the Y axis, because, we have our little pie chart, and we see that from our science, the speed of light is a constant transmission, but it has a variable transition. And so is that speed of light just that part of the pie? That part of the pie that we are seeing, and sometimes it's a delicious pie, and other times it's a horrible pie. And then the rest of the universe, well, based on light, it's light years away. So we wonder if our pursuit of this little piece of the MAGRAPH pie is disconnecting us, or is a conflict in a zone between affinity and prejudice. And so what does that mean? that means we have to make relationship choices. And so we find the three dimensions of transmission, the X, Y, and Z axis. And if we want to elevate to another relationship of transmission, we have to go through a transition. And we also have to have three dimensions, the X, Y, and Z axis. And so from that point of view, it's a viewpoint of singularity. And so here we are converging the X and Y axis into a transmutation, which takes us to a new transmission dimension. And all we're discussing is the medium. We're just not understanding where this message comes from. And so when we look at the word register and we look at the root of the register and its derivatives, it's the Anglo-French register, a name for a book in which day-to-day affairs are recorded. That's what we all think it is, isn't it? Because it's rooted in medieval Latinum registrum, or an alteration of late Latin regista, meaning things recorded or records. And some of us have even made a reference to Akashic records. And so there are written records and there are Akashic records. And so when we talk about a register, it's a book or a record containing usually an official list of names, items, etc., such as a central national register. And then we think nothing of it. So to enter into a register, this is called registration. So that refers to the act of recording an event, a transaction, a name or other information, or an aggregation of stored data, such as in a computer. But this data can be usually containing past events, transactions, names, or other information. And so alternatively, the term can denote a record of all charges to a debit account. Well, so far, so good. And then, of course, another meaning of register refers to music. So, such as the height or range of a note, set of pitches, or pitch classes, a melody, part instrument, or a group of instruments. So, in other words, the higher register indicates higher pitch. For example, violins are in a higher register than cellos. So most of us understand music. And if we can't play an instrument, well, maybe we look at the vocal register. So these registers include the modal voice or normal voice, a vocal fry, a falsetto, and the whistle register. Registers originate in the laryngeal function. And they occur because the vocal folds are capable of producing several different vibratory patterns. So each of us has a very distinct vocal register. But there has to be some kind of formality, some kind of convention. So we're looking at academic registers. These are the language conventions. We use it for writing and speaking. And of course, the most important is in professional academic contexts. And so we've heard Mr. Keshe many times say, how important the words are and how important it is in the translation because the meaning is lost in the translation. So by being aware of conventions, it makes it easier to follow such context. And so we understand why it's written the way it is. Knowing the expectations also gives us the option of joining the conversation. So this is where we have the difference between the academic registers and, say, social discourse, the conventions of our day-to-day dialogue. Totally different, carries different meanings for different words. And this is where we get into trouble, when we don't understand the meaning. And then, of course, we have registered peer review. This is done by registered professional scientists. And these are professional scientists because they're recognized for their competence, their ability, and integrity in serving the public interest. Oh, yeah. And they are committed to keeping their skills and knowledge up to date through continuing professional development, known as CPD. And so you as knowledge seekers who are dedicating yourselves to coming to these classes on a regular basis, whether it's the Knowledge Seekers Workshop or the American Knowledge Team meeting or the Brazilian team, you are all professional scientists because you're all enhancing your knowledge skills. And you don't need peer review to understand that. What you need to understand is that there are feeding dimensions and feedback dimensions. And so this is where the confusion lies, because 1 and 1 is more than 2. That's not what we were taught in school. And when we take a 1 and we take another 1, we just assume that those are the same 1, which they cannot be in science. So they're just A1, and the other one is another A1. And the 2 together add up to something that is more than the combination of the 2. And of course, you don't lose them, because in order to maintain the 2, you still have to keep the 1 and the 1. So you have actually 3 feedback dimensions, the original 1 plus 1 and the feedback of the greater than 2. And so we are none of these dimensions, and we are just the observer fudger as we try and round things off as we enter into the volume of spheres and the surface of spheres, understanding the surface to volume ratios. So we have to have this academic notation of being able to pilot higher and deeper. And so we see these relationships that we try and achieve a balance. So in the plasma science, it's a magnetical gravitational balance, which we call a MAGRAV. But in the scientific community and how they relate, the conservation of magnetic fields versus the conservation of energy, the only criteria is in the physical dimension. And so the other dimensions are referred to by the spiritual scientists, where they introduce the spirit and the soul and try and make sense of that. And so we find that the 2 coexist, but not together, individually and separately. One doesn't register with the other. And so this is where the plasma science comes in, because it brings these 2 in balance and adds to that knowledge. And this is what we have to understand, the positioning of the plasma science. So when we look at the conservation of susceptibility, one thing we do understand is that we are all variable, right? We are all the product of susceptibility, and we're all independent, and we're all plasmatic, which makes us independent plasmatic variables. But that variability is variable, and what constitutes that is a changing in the relationship of the magnetic and gravitational force fields. And in order to maintain that balance, there has to be a gravitational balance but that is comprised also of a magnetical gravitational balance of a force field. And so on the one side, we have a magnetical susceptibility. On the other side, we have a gravitational susceptibility. And so this is the difference between singularity versus duality. When we talk about the basic registration, we're just looking at the singularity. But when we look at the registration of the universe, we have to look at the duality. But there's a problem with the duality is we can't see it. And we know this because when we made the cups of life, we set up a pattern and we achieved a Gans. Where did that come from? It wasn't there when we started. It was a product different from what we started with. We started with a metal and then a nano-coated process of the copper. And not only did we create a Gans, but we created two cups that reflected the emotional strength. And when we say emotional strength, so when we're talking about the cups of man, is the bringing together of these two emotional strengths. So one is the emotional first cup, and two is the physical second cup. And the two together are representative of the cup of man. And that's who we are. We are man. We're made up of emotions and physicality. And then we're able to create other cups of Gans, such as the CO2 and the calcium, the zinc and the copper. And strangely enough, water and amino acid. And then we added some other Gans radiance manifestations, such as gold Gans and special exotic Ganses yet to be identified. And of course, there are many more Ganses that we haven't been able to do on a personal basis, but our labs sure have. And so we look at the variety of Earth Ganses and we start to see, well, there's more. And not only in the foreground, but in the background. And how many more are there? And we always said, well, 1 and 1 is more than 2. Well, obviously, it's more than that. And so we create this periodic table. And in our trying to get the details of our Earth space range, we have to be a little bit prejudiced so that we can get what we want to get. And so we know that the Earth space can achieve all the elements on the periodic table of elements. And so if we are looking to achieve this, then we know that that is possible because the Earth has done it. So we just may be ignorant of how this is done. And so we are locked up in our matter plasma dimension. And we're just coming to realize that we have a physical dimension. That's easy because we can touch it and see it. But we also have a plasmatic dimension. We can't touch it or see it. But this is still part of our matter plasma because there's a direct correlation. And as a result of that direct correlation, and we could say that we are affected by our physicality, but we're also affected by our emotional state. And clearly, our emotional state, we can't touch it or see it. And so we find ourselves being feedback dominant from this matter plasma dimension. And as such, it puts limitations on us. But, when we look at the principal matter, the PM ticks, it transcends these limitations. It comes from other places. And these PM ticks are magnetical and they come together with the principal matter, the transition matter, and the convergence matter. And they go through a conversion process and creating a plasma gen. But that process is not finished at that point in time, because that only creates a maggrav condition in a gravitational state. But that gravitational state is not in a physical state until there's another field interaction, and the product of that we call inertia. And then there's the possibility to manifest in the physicality. So when we're looking at this principle matter interaction, we find that energy is just a pack. It's a pack of energy. And when it comes in a nice parcel. It comes from all directions. It comes in different flavors. And some we absorb, some we interact with, and some we ignore. And so this is the basis of the principal energy flow. We find that energy is in motion. It's always in motion, but it's a two-way street. So there's a two-way transmission and a two-way transition. So we see the energy coming together and creating our blue planet. And the reason it's a blue planet is because we're the water planet. So we emit what we are, and what we are is a manifestation of emotion. And so as the energy comes in, the energy goes out. But something happens in between. And that in-betweenness is our physicality. And so that interaction extends to other bodies. And so we still maintain this two-way transmission and two-way transition. But these bodies both have a two-way emission of intention. And then the bonding connection is a covalent bonding, one to the other and the other to the one, back and forth. This becomes very important to understand because as we're creating our y-axis sphere, we understand that each sphere is a conservation of susceptibility. So this y-axis transmutation can be anywhere along the x-axis relationship. And so that's why there are things that are moving around us. But, there are things moving within us as well. And then, of course, we can do the movement. And so do we understand how these things go around? So what we see is the basic matter state and our understanding of the links, what we call the affirmation of life. But in our ignorance, maybe we are denying life because we don't understand what bonds all of these points together because we can't see it. Each point has a tensity of containment. So that's what constitutes a point. And then each point has a mass relationship. So not all the points are the same. And each point is a registration. And do we know what that registration is? And who did the registering? So we find that these spherical fields are plasma fields. And there are many plasma fields and they overlap. And so when we look at our body, we find that it's a Gans manifestation. And each Gans is a Magrav. And all the Ganses have come together through this covalent bonding. So the fields themselves are the registration books. Each field is a book. And that book is a registration of the energy contained in that book. And as such, it has to maintain its position. But there's a collective registration of all the books. And so these spheres then have the capability of interacting. And so as we said, from a polar point of view, the North Pole connects to the South Pole and the South Pole connects to the North Pole. And so this becomes all part of the Maglev energy transfer state. But this transfer has to be in balance. And so we find that the potential and kinetic energy on one side has to balance with the potential and kinetic energy on the other side. Wow, how is that possible? So we see that there has to be a balance of the magnetical gravitational fields on one side, the magnetical gravitational fields on the other side. And if they're different, well, how come they are in balance? And so this becomes the ongoing question, because we're talking about the conservation of the plasma state dependency. So when we're looking at the matter gen, it comes from a two-way street of equality. So the equality means that both sides are equal. But how can that be if they are variable? So we have to take into consideration what we know from the cups of life is that we can create an atomic state from a basic elemental product. We can nanocode it, and then we can create a GAN state. And we find that each state is an elevation by an order of magnitude. And so we could say that, well, one side balances the other side, but does it? Are we certain of that? Or can we just say that, there's 1/10 on one side and there's 1/10 on the other side? We're not exactly sure which state we're talking about, but we are talking about conservation of plasma state dependency and the balance of the magnetical gravitational field forces. And so it's not just horizontal and it's not just vertical. And so as we found out in the physical state that we can break up the pH of water, and so we have a balance between the alkaline and acidic states in the atomic state. Well, we have to understand that we can do the same in the nanostate, in the GAN state, and then, of course, that one step beyond the plasma state. Understand that the plasma state is not just one step beyond, it is one of many steps beyond. So from our point of view, the most important connection, because we're organic beings, is carbon. And so we find in the most stable state, we are in a mass of carbon-12. But then we have isotopes of carbon-10 and carbon-14, which are part of the transition state. And then we have extreme isotopes, carbon-8 and carbon-16. And so as we split up the relationship between the magnetic and gravitational field forces, and as we see with the carbon-12, it's a convergence of two fields. So the carbon-12 product comes from the amalgamation of carbon-24 divided by 2. And so if we go to the intermediate level, carbon-10 and carbon-14, the total of those is 24. So we divide those by 2, we get carbon-12. And if we go to the extreme carbon-8 and carbon-16 and add those together, we get carbon-24. And we look at the average as carbon-12. So we find that that balance remains, even though we have the variables. And then there are these states in between. And when we look at these states in between, does that work? So we look at the carbon-9 and the carbon-15, and that's 24, and we divide that by 2. Yeah, we get carbon-12. And the same with the carbon-11 and carbon-13. Total is carbon-24 divided by 2 is carbon-12. And then we have this other strange thing, CH3, which is carbon-12 and 3 hydrogens, comes up to be carbon-15. So when we put all these together, we see that there's a relationship. One line is even, the next line is odd. The even lines are symmetric. The odd lines are asymmetric. And so this asymmetric relationship becomes a transition state in between the symmetric states. And then we have the capability, obviously, of making compound molecules. And so we introduce other elements in order to be able to achieve these compound molecules. Because when we look at all the ganses, they are all compound molecules. Whether it be CO2 GANs, carbon and oxygen, or whether they be CH3 GANs, which is carbon and hydrogen. And then there are multiples thereof. And so we find that we can add, let's say, carbon-15 and carbon-15, we get carbon-30. And we can add carbon-30, carbon-15, and carbon-15 and get carbon-60. And say, well, wait a second. Carbon-60 seems to be 5 times carbon-12. And that is how we can elevate the strength. It all depends on the relationship. And we have to be in balance. And if we are on one side of the equation, can we stay in balance? Well, yes, of course. Because we're looking at the balance between the mass in the higher energy states and the mass in the lower energy states. And so to assist in that, we have a chemical registration. And this is an essential system to ensure that every compound or molecule you work with is identified in a unique manner. And so this single central source of identity should be used by everyone and by all the other systems, so you never lose track of exactly what compound was tested. And that works really, really well when you're discussing physical products. But it becomes very difficult when you're discussing plasma products. So in terms of physical products, for instance, and when we talk about phosphorylation, what we're looking at is the pole flipping of the points on the hexagonal formation of the glucose molecule, which is part of what we eat. And the phosphorylation process flips the points and creates fructose. Now we all think of fructose as sugar. Understand that CH3 is also sugar. So the question comes is, if through the process of phosphorylation, we create fructose, what happens if we eat fructose? And now we understand the dilemma. The dilemma is quite severe because we have reoriented ourselves. The fructose we produce is the energy that we need. The fructose that we eat is very difficult for us to process. It renders our phosphorylation process as irrelevant, redundant. And so therefore, it is no longer a food, but rather a toxicity. So in this process of phosphorylation, we see that there's a transmission of energy, there's a transition of energy, there's a transmutation, and this becomes part of what we need not only to transition various emotions, but also for transportation, fundamentally, as a walking creature. And so when we look at this phosphorylation process and the flipping, if you will, this flipping has to cross a vanishing point. And this vanishing point is at the point of what we call the blood-brain barrier. And so if we look closely at what happens here, the blood as it courses through the body encapsulates the brain. So in other words, the blood flows around the brain, but the blood flows within the body. And then we find it isn't the right side to the right side correlation, but there's a crossover like this. And so the right side of the brain controls the left side of the body, and the left side of the brain controls the right side of the body. Well, so does the blood. The blood crosses over as well. And at the cross point, well, and there's the heart. And the heart is the emotional grand central station, where the instructions from the brain come and the feedback from the body come. And so the heart has its own language because words don't register, but the emotion does. Well, what about the mind? And so when we look at the soul of the mind, we wonder, are we of two minds? Are we too intense? Or are we in two tents? Maybe in two camps? So we see that there's a crossover. These two minds are encapsulated by the blood circulation. Understand that the blood is an extension of the emotional fields. And then that crossover, which goes from the encirclement of the brain to the interchange within the body. And we have a system of arteries and veins which deliver and retrieve the blood from the extremities and come back. So the blood flows within the body, but the blood flows around the brain. And we wonder, are we really ready for a mind-blowing experience? Well, ready or not, part of the mind is the soul of the man. And the soul of the man is an energy pack, is in an energy state. And the brain is in the physicality. And the brain cannot manifest in the physicality on its own. It has to have a relationship. And that relationship has to be the environment. And in our case, the soul of the earth is that environment. And so the soul of the mind is the amalgamation of the soul of the earth and the soul of the man together. And they function with a language. And that language is an emotion. And so it conveys that by crossing over into the body by the heart. And so within the heart, we have the emotion of the soul of the physicality. And so we find that the heart has two responses because it's a two-way street. One is from the emotion of the brain, and one is the feedback emotion of the physicality. Either way, it's non-tangible. It's non-tangible matter state. So the tangibility of the soul of physicality only comes in when there is a physicality of the earth. It is not possible without the physicality of the earth. So the physicality of man depends on the physicality of earth. And so when we look at scientific registries, scientific registries want to know prospectively the patient and treatment data to enable what they call longitudinal analysis, kind of a fancy word of data processing. But they provide an outstanding databases for health services research. This allows them to enable comparison of methods and scientific support for the introduction of innovative treatment procedures or new healthcare concepts. Where are we going with this? It seems there are many definitions of what a registration is. Shockingly, does register mean to abandon? By law, it means to voluntarily sign over for safekeeping, abandoning complete ownership for partial. Directly speaking, shockingly, the word register means abandon. So when you register your baby, your house or car, you actually abandon it. The government then adopts your child and takes possession of your house and car. And if you ever wondered why you have a birth certificate, is that the verification of validation that you were born? Wouldn't it be easier just to look in the mirror and you see yourself? Do you need a birth certificate to see yourself? And what about a death certificate? Do you need to know when you die? Do you need the confirmation, the verification and validation that you are dead? And who decides? And why is this important? And this is a subject not really to be discussed here. But what we have to understand is that the registration of abandonment is the difference between man-made law versus universal law. And so we question, is the brain ignorant of the registration of the creator? Is that what the creator has done, has abandoned us? Or have we abandoned the creator? And so when we look at the rules of the universe and we see that the universal law is interdependence, and there are many rules, so there's service to others or there's service to self. And of course, there's the golden rule, which is the law of attraction. And then there's the loosh, which is the law of detachment. And of course, there's purpose, isn't there? There's purpose in life. We call that the sixth sense. There must be a purpose in life because it isn't just to wash your car. But interestingly, we like to play poker because it tests our skill at lying. But there's no poker playing in outer space because there are no words in outer space. They don't look at what you say because you can't see it, and they don't have the ears to hear it. But what they do see is the truth. And the truth is, in the universal law, there's no killing. This is the law of hurtfulness. And the worst part of killing is there's no suicide because life wishes to live. And so the commandments that we were talking about are really guidelines of ethics and morality. And so when we look at these rules and we talk about Lush, the law of detachment, where we have fear and greed and ego validation, and we leak emotionally, it drains us of energy. And this energy that we're leaking is harvested. We call it Lush harvesting. And it becomes part of the physical feeding system. In order for us to escape this physical feeding system, we have to be detached and at ease. So that we can soar past the ego and be free. The ego is our captive. And we are the captured. And if we want to be free, we cannot be free with the attributes of fear and greed. We have to be free and detached. Because the ego depends on the fear and the greed for the feeding. So we have a choice. And for many, this becomes a point of conflict, but there is a conflict resolution where we can look at this as a point of containment, a point of covalent bonding, bringing of these energies together, because energy binding is very important. It's part of the self-serving process. But not at the expense of others. Because the others are also energy binding in a self-serving manner. So if you steal from them, what are their options? Do they have to go steal from someone else? And so it begins the violation of the laws of conservation, and that's what we're talking about. So when we look at the plasma rules, we find that it's different from the way we do things in Lush harvesting. In plasma harvesting, the higher strength feeds the weaker strength. And we can continue to feed it because the binding zone develops intensity. And each binding zone has a mass. And that conflict point is a conflict resolution and a binding zone from two other fields, two other camps, two other tents. And it's these two other points that come together as one, converting to a containment density. And so we live in a world of ignorance, and they say ignorance is bliss. But ignorance also can mean being disrespectful. So, what you're doing and what's going on is no never mind to me, and I can be in a blissful existence. But what you're doing and what you're working at is not respected by me and has no benefit to me. So I don't respect it. And then you become disrespectful. And so that form of ignorance is destructive. And as we all know, you can't insult the ignorant because that's the definition of being ignorant. And they are disrespectful. And maybe they can compute, but they cannot register with the universe. And this is where their problem sits. So they partake in killing because this is a binding energy. It's a usurpation of free will. And they fail to understand that you harm yourself when you harm others because you're binding and stealing the energy from others at their expense. And then, of course, to make matters worse, they promote suicide. This is another form of self-binding, but it's misguided. It's a misguided free will because self-harming is a supreme violation of natural law. So you're really just shifting the problem to another place. And you're playing into the whole mess. And so we see that even a stone has a soul. And we say, well, the stone, the purpose of the stone is an anchorage, it's a commemoration. Perhaps it's a form of idolatry. And so this acknowledgement as a confirmation of where we are on earth is the third rock from the sun. And so the emission of the stone soul is really an emission of declension. But we have to understand that the plasma science is taking us from the bond age of chains to the covalent bonding. So when we talk about the flow of will, we have to compare the registration of limitations. So Goliath intimidates David. Oh, yeah? Well, David intimidates a stone. Oh, yeah? And a stone intimidates Goliath. And so the result is a manifestation of wills. And when we look at the registration of unlimitations, man cannot abandon the soul. So what man can do is go from state to state and one step beyond. And not only the one step beyond in the higher energy state, but one step beyond in the lower energy state. And how is that possible? So we found out in the post-Sanya conference era that it is possible, because here we are producing the GANs of gold, for instance. And so to understand the law of conservation, we have to look at path link and susceptibility. So the emission of attention is magnetical, and the emission of retention is gravitational. And so there's an interaction to create the emission of intention. And we have to consider it nearness and proximity, because it's the covalent bonding of the fields contained within their tensity and mass. But the law of conservation has to take into consideration the registration of the wishes of the Creator. This is the plasma vision fields. And from those fields, you can go one step beyond in both directions. So when we're looking at the y-axis transmutation dimension, we have to understand that we can transition the various ranges. And each transmission elemental stopping point is a pH of the registration. And that transcends the transition transcends the y-axis transmutation dimension. The laws of conservation govern the covalent bonding attributes, and containment requires gravitational tensity and mass. And the soul of the man cannot be abandoned. That's why we're in the March 15, 2024 era of choices of the new selection process. How we see the Earth space as this bountiful space, and how we see outer space as a transmutation space. And wherever we want to go is that graceful space of our inner space. And so we don't need the gravitational confirmation, but we do need the connection. And we can see that there's a representation in the hydrogen emission spectrum that shows how this gravitational confirmation works. The bringing together of the magnetical field forces of the sun and the magnetical field forces of the earth and the magnetical field forces of the creator, and to come together with the gravitational confirmation on this beautiful planet. And not only for the planet, but for the soul of man. And the combination of that gives us the cornerstones of science, which are manifest in the soul of physicality. And they transcend various energies from the nano to the pico to the gans to the plasma to the soul cornerstones. All of these are channels for the emission of intention. And so they transcend the transmission spectrum. So we have to understand that there's a transition spectrum susceptibility, which goes from the surface superficiality of physicality to the internal substance of the plasma substrate. And so that point of containment is of a plasmatic interaction. But what we're seeing is the manifestation of that interaction, the convergence of that containment, the balance between the gravitational field forces and the magnetical field forces. And so we have one step beyond the point of containment. And then we have one step beyond that as well, in both directions. And that's where the balance comes in. This is the Maghreb state that affects the transmutation transition. And so we see how the blue planet performs and how we perform on the blue planet. So this is the transmutation process, the emission of intention in the micro and the macro. Beyond the Earth space is a universal space, and the ticket is the field strength of the dove, the many points of the pH of peace. And so we begin a new process in the month of November, the transmutation training in the nutrition and wellness sector. So please consider joining. And also understand that we are only at the beginning of the plasma research. This is the new frontier. This is the new future. This is the future of peace and prosperity, not just on Earth, but in the universal context as well. So when we're looking at 562 weeks of the Knowledge Seekers workshops, trying to transcend the limitations of nuclear science and bringing together this greater oneness, this greater relationship, this greater registration of the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute teachings on plasma science, welcoming all the beautiful knowledge seekers learning about the new selection process of the new plasma science. And there's a World Peace Treaty. We have to sign it. We have to sign it with true intention. But if you're looking at an olive tree that is 3,500 years old, you have to ask yourself, is man the reactor of a three-dimensional transcendent universe? And what exactly gets registered through this field transmutation? Can man go into outer space without a peace dome? And can we transmute through the dimensions of history? 3,500 years is a long time. And so in that time, many combinations exist of the x-axis and y-axis sphere creation. But the one thing remains. Man-made law does not register in the physical transmission dimensions. So plasma science needs to be delivered daily via the Peace Dome in exchange for peace on Earth. So welcome to the new outer space age. That's the end of the lesson, and that's the end of the presentation. Thank you so much for allowing me to continue.
Thank you, Alex, again for enlightening us into this very deep, vast, never-ending knowledge. I did forget one thing, which was the remind everyone that the Brazilians are having a conference, I think this coming weekend. And I'll just share the screen for a moment on this if I can, and then you take it back, Alex.
Okay.
Okay, so Claudia, would you, if you're here, would you like to say anything? But this is coming up on the 9th and 10th of November, which is this coming weekend, and it's in Rio de Janeiro, I believe, and a 2-day conference. It won't be broadcast, as I understand it will be recorded. And the Keshe Brazilian team will have a booth, and they'll be reaching many numbers of people that will be going by and sort of seeing this sort of new understanding and health through the fields in so many ways. But Claudia, if you'd like to share anything, please feel free to open your mic. So we elevate their souls and give to them on the soul level, because again, I don't think most of us will be able to travel there, although many of the knowledge seekers from Brazil are. And Claudia, if there's something you'd like to share, I had forgot to bring this background up earlier, but this is what's coming up, and we know the Brazilians have reached many thousands of people, and probably many more thousands we're not even aware of. So we thank the whole team of the Brazilian group for, in a way, enlightening us as well.
Thank you, Mark. We'll be in Rio de Janeiro, like you said, 2 days. And there will be like 4 or 5 knowledge seekers from Brazil and others that I don't know. And there we'll explain what is the Keshe Foundation, what's the science, the plasma science. They will have there the cup of life, number 1, 2, and they will bring there to the 5 cups, like, and you do like 5 minutes, the people that want to stay besides the 5 cups. And
oh, you mean the stacker? Like
yeah, the stacker.
And they'll have 2, so you can go like a twinity system?
Yes. And the people will say like what they felt, and we'll have like a TV too, with many informations, many videos during the day. And but the I don't know the English, what Rafael will explain, I think, what's the Keshe Foundation. You'll not broadcast only on live, but the knowledge seekers that will be there, they will record and you can see after.
Right. Raphael
I
is
think
supposed
that's
to
it.
be, Raphael is going to be talking for an hour, I think, on the first day, probably
Yes,
explaining
yes.
everything, and very beautiful. Yeah, it's great too. And you're getting an award, I understand, some sort of humanitarian award for helping people in the wellness area.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
So again, as the Brazilians have uplifted and elevated so many others, even to Mr. Keshe's meeting in London and other places, Manchester and in Sanya, let's do our part and to use our souls to elevate that, because there'll be many, many people passing through. It'll just be a 2-day flow of knowledge, in a way, universal knowledge coming out of their booth, and what they'll be interacting with the others down there. So this will be something extraordinary, way out of what most people would expect to see, probably, other than the knowledge seekers. But this is the new universal understanding. Any questions? But if you know anyone in Brazil that's in that area, and I think the hotels are a little bit hard to come by. I think somebody was showing that in the Brazilian meeting. They were trying to find ways to book. There must be plenty of B&B or other places to stay if you were there,
Yeah.
yes?
Yes, but I think that's the price is a bit expensive now because
Okay, yep.
we saw that many others expositions will be in the same day, like the BRICS,
Ah,
some of the
okay.
something like that.
So every hotel,
So
most hotels will be taken, so therefore they can charge more because
yeah.
it's a limited supply. Mm. But beautiful work. Again, another outreach to the community, and we thank the whole Brazilian team. I'm sure the national government, with the space program and everything else, some people have to be inquiring, what is this new space technology that the Keshe Foundation is talking about? It's not only the craft, but this other dimension of traveling the universe on the energy level. So hopefully they'll pick up on, I'm sure they're ready to pick up on it, but again, maybe they have a boss or they have other people saying, no, we don't want to touch this right now. But I'm sure they're very, very interested in this new type of space travel without burning fuels. So we just elevate them to, again, continue to progress in their understanding and their sharing. I mean, the government officials there. And I'm sure they'll be observing as well what happens at this booth and so on and so forth. And I think in the future, this will continue to happen. Maybe even Mr. Keshe sending in a vertical or a couple of vertical units to quickly show a transmutation or something else. But we'll have to see. It's beautiful. But we thank them and we elevate all those involved in this process. And we thank the Keshe Foundation for sharing this knowledge. Anything else, Claudia, or anyone else about this? Just another reach out to the community in so many ways. And I think they have a great track record, and there's so many testimonials of people who've discovered by accident sometimes. It's not only for the COVID, as we found out, but they use that cup one and other cups for different reasons and had quite a bit of success. So thank you, Mr. Keshe, and thank the whole Brazilian team, Rafael, and everyone else involved. Okay, Alex, if you want to, I just thought we'd bring that up. I forgot to mention that earlier.
Sure, Mark. I'll take the screen back then and see how this works.
Like a charm.
That was lucky.
Okay, well, thank you, Alex, for the presentation. You didn't mention anything. Well, you did mention about emotions and things like this we'd use in space. But why is Mr. Keshe saying that most creatures in the universe have one eye? Obviously, is he talking about the dimension of physicality or is he talking about the dimension of energy? It just seems that are we going into a universe with cyclopses or are they seeing through the eye of the soul? Is this what he was referring to? I'm not sure.
A very interesting question, Mark, because I'm not sure either. Uh, you know, here we are all trying to come to grips with the new reality, and then, wondering what would be like if
Yeah.
what would be like if your girlfriend only had one eye, and you know,
Yeah, it would be quite a bit different. But again, they seem to, not all of them, but he said that this double hemispheric brain that we have is not unique, but it's not common in the universe.
well,
So,
this is the
yeah,
discussion today. Yes, exactly, exactly, and this is what has really pushed me to bring this subject up because the physicality. Uh, so the question of physicality, there are two aspects of it that I'm particularly concerned about. One is that you have a launch point, a landing point, and so it's a point of physicality. So in our case here, it's Earth, and one of the things that was discussed is that it's much easier for us to travel from Earth to another planet, even beyond our solar system. Okay, well, much easier than what it would be, say, to travel from North America to Europe, for instance. And that seems to be counterintuitive, right? I mean, if you're going to come to grips with a new reality, I would think that, well, tell me if I can move from here to Brazil, or if I can, do that first, and then, well, if I'm successful with doing that, maybe I can move from here to the moon. And if I'm successful with that, well, then maybe I can do something else. So isn't it the same way we learn how to drive a car, right? We want to be able to get out of the parking lot, and then we want to get on the street, and then we want to go to the grocery store, and maybe we want to go on a camping trip. So we extend our range of capabilities. But here in this case, it seems to be opposite. Our range of capabilities extended unconditionally, universally, and the range within this physicality is more difficult. This point that I'm belaboring has a lot to do with the fact that we have always been of the belief that the so-called extraterrestrials are of a higher species. And if we look at the equality and we see that the equality is equal, that there's no such thing as a higher species, there is a more advanced species, but not advanced in terms of equality. And this is proven, if I may just digress to one point, there is no competition between the lungs and the kidneys. Soul of the man provides the energy for both. It cannot say, well, it's 2 o'clock in the afternoon and we're going to, give energy to the lungs. And, while that process is going on, well, kidneys, you're just going to have to wait and your turn will come in a couple of hours. It really doesn't work that way at all. And if you think in those kind of terms, then you understand how dysfunctional the body could really be. And so we treat the body that way as well. And so our understanding of this has caused all these problems because it's a misunderstanding. So we see that the universal energy is unconditional. We're the ones who are conditional. And this is part of the problem. So how do we take this conditionality off? That's the first thing. So the first thing is we have to understand is that we are as equal as the extraterrestrials. But that brings another point. And we wonder, what is the problem with the extraterrestrials? Did you ever ask, do they have a problem? Or are we just sitting in awe and say, oh my God, they are so much more superior than we are. We're the ones who have all the problems. Well, one of the problems that they have is understanding the physicality. And if that is the case, then the physicality of man is a feature. And it's quite a special feature. And it's a total disrespect of this feature that is causing our problems. And this disrespectfulness comes from the ignorance of understanding that isn't a matter of equality where one is more equal than others, but it is a matter of unconditional giving of the universal creator. And so the physicality of man is one of those gifts. And if we can extend this physicality to go to another planet, if you will, then in that process, the extraterrestrials who seem to be lacking in that capability would also learn from that. And this is actually a wonderful revelation. But there's another point to be made here. If you are traveling, say, from Canada to Florida, let's say, which a lot of snowbirds are getting ready to do, would you do that in just a couple of minutes? Or would it take a day or two? And you could say, well, it depends on if you're flying or if you're driving. So the range would be from maybe 1 day by flying or 2 days by driving, and it can be done. But would you do anything in between? Is there a midpoint? Is there a midpoint between your launch point and your landing point? So in order to have a physicality, there has to be a physical destination. But if you're in between two physical destinations, Mark, how can I meet you halfway and maybe we just have a little sit down and enjoy our company, maybe have a space coffee and a space discussion without words, but through emotions. But how can we meet at some nebulous point in the in-between space? How would that be possible?
I don't know if it would be.
Well, I was of that opinion, and
But-
now my opinion has changed. So what do you think?
Well, Mr. Keshe indicated that they suffer the same sort of problems with the physicality as the man, the same sort of conditions as the man does, the ones that are in the physicality. So, and also he said we're both in the same position at one point where he said they're trying to get back to the mother too. They're trying to get back to their soul, but they don't apparently know how to. So they're suffering from the same conditions as the man, and they're also trying to get back to the mother, trying to discover the soul. So I don't know if you could meet in the in-between point at this point. Until they probably want to make themselves available to these systems as well that are here. I don't, maybe this is another one of the reasons they would be coming here, to correct some of the conditions or the imbalances in their structure. It would seem to me, at least the ones who move in the dimension of physicality. As he said, the spacecraft were so enamored with them, but he said it's nothing more than magnetical gravitational positioning reactors. Maybe a little fancier than we've seen, but basically matter state reactors. So,
Right.
yeah.
But you know, they are also tourists, just like us. You know, we have tourists on this planet. Why can't we have tourists in the universe? And would we be the only tourists? Why can't?
No. He said this would be one of the biggest future industries, would be tourism into the universe from this planet. This would be one of the bigger industries coming up in the future, travel excursions into the universe. Oh, you think I'm joking?
No, I'm thinking of the concept. You know, it would be you'd
Yeah.
get for furry Wookiees, or would you get one-eyed, one-horned flying
Again,
people eaters?
he talked
Yeah.
about creating rest stops along the way as well. So there's a
Isn't that
lot,
interesting?
there's so much more we can move into. I mean, this thing of killing and tit for tat, and this is just children. As he said, naughty children on this planet, creating this mayhem when we can have the whole universe opened up to us. I mean, it'll take time, obviously, but this whole new understanding, which is never ending, this is where we need to get fully enamored with this process and moving forward out of the physical state of our understanding.
So, in fact, prior to the recent months, we haven't been afraid to ask these kind of questions, haven't we?
No.
Well,
I'm only speaking for myself.
well, how can you ask if there's a midpoint in your transmutation process if you don't even
Okay.
that you can transmute, on Earth?
Well, didn't
would
he
it trans
say the transmutation should only take a fraction of a second? But of course, there's no time in the universe, so maybe it is possible to meet halfway.
Well, I would love to transmute to Brazil. That's a fact. But maybe it can be kind of cool on the way just to have a stop in Honduras. You know,
I mean, it sounds like the Iranians can basically revolutionize the whole travel system on this planet at this point. They just extend the crafts a little bit larger and whatever they need, and we can go from New York to Beijing or vice versa in 5 minutes. As he said, and most of that 5 minutes is the getting up and landing. So I think the new travel in the matter state here on this planet, in a way, is there. It's already available. It's just unfortunate that the governments have decided to let us continue to burn fuels and go through all these lines at the airport, and we wouldn't have to do that anymore. We don't need the resources of this planet to do this, but yet we're again being misled by the scientific and the academician community.
and this is what's unfortunate. It doesn't make sense that they put that kind of restriction on when the possibilities are vast and lying there, in front of them. So, it's kind of like you go into a field and you get a field full of gold. And you say, well, I don't want that field. I'm happy with the paper money that I have in my pocket. And it just doesn't make sense. When you're comparing the value of what is there. So why are we clinging, if you will, to physicality?
It's got to be a matter of control. Once some of this comes out, I think the population will be, as he said, uncontrollable in a way. Not to the point where they're going to do damages, but control where you can change your map location at your own discretion. You don't have to be subject to any of these things anymore. And so they don't want this to basically the population to be aware. You know, if you're working at making toothpicks in a factory and then you're making X amount per hour and you find out there's another toothpick factory where they're paying double, you'd be going over there. But they're not letting you find that out at this point. It's all been bottled up in so many ways, but this is what the Keshe Foundation is doing step by step, is opening this up. And this is going to be, yeah.
Thanks, Mark. You as the controller of bottling up that process, you are aware, and so it's confounding to understand that if you know at some point in time you are the controller, but really you're not the controller. What you are is following orders from the controller.
Right.
And at that point, well, you're getting rewarded for following the orders and inflicting the restrictions on the others. But you know they are that ignorant to not understand that they could also fall victim to that same order. You know, because someone else could come by and say, well, thank you for your service. I'm really glad that you know, performed as a ogre, slave master. But, you know, I am now the slave master and you're going to be the slave. So, you know, step down from your position and please enjoy the bondage. And so all of a sudden, you know, you become victim to the whole thing that you've been promoting. And I just don't understand how they can't see that. So this is the anomaly that they are facing, and you know they in the process of limiting the awareness of others, they themselves become aware, and so that becomes a natural reaction, and yet they are failing in doing that. You see, the ultimate problem is that regardless of what they do, the truth eventually will come out. So if they hinder the truth today, that will come out tomorrow. The fact that they were the ones complicit in hindering the truth today, that will come out tomorrow.
Right.
So they found out.
No, I was going to say they're probably thinking they can have a breakaway civilization or something where they're going to have the superior things and the rest will have the inferior things. Probably some have even already used some of these craft to travel for meetings, important meetings in a matter of minutes, or, you know, that a normal trip would take 12 or 20 hours or whatever it would be. So they're probably thinking they're clever enough to create some sort of civilization that will have advanced minority to have advanced technology, and the majority continue slopping around in the mire there, so to speak.
Yeah, you gave me a funny vision. Yeah, well, that's.
But it's not going to work. It's a fool's dream.
Well, it's a fool's dream until proven that it's a fool's dream. This is their problem. And so this is the problem. They're only seeing the physicality of the earth and the physicality of man, and they're not seeing the rest. And this was clearly shown on Thursday when we saw the three lights in the sky. And I often wondered, you know, that's a pancake, really. It's a flying pancake. And how can if you will, a spaceship be a flying pancake? It's not. It has a depth to it. And so if we were to draw this line above the physicality of man, the physicality of Earth, so we can say below the line is the physicality, and below the line are these three lights, and above the line is the plasma reality. And it is above the line that completes the physicality of man and the physicality of Earth. You cannot have one without the other. And if that is the case, then the three lights in the sky cannot be complete without the plasmatic tip of the star formation. That was a brilliant, brilliant revelation in my mind. Over to you, Mark.
Yeah, and I can't blame them because we were all in the same position. I mean, we didn't understand any of the work of the universe, I think, or maybe a little bit of it, but not able to put it together. So we can't blame them, but we can elevate them to change positions. I don't think there'll be any punishment of individuals have done wrong, but to elevate them. We realize that they didn't understand, that's all. And we did the same thing when we didn't understand. We're still doing it. As I say, this is why I think he wants us to get away from this killing, because we have a war going on. We only look at mankind killing one another, but we have a war with the vertical people and the horizontal people going on this planet, unbeknownst to everyone, even within the Keshe Foundation. It's a bit hard to accept that these things are entities, these are souls, and we think it's our right to take as we please. I mean, the Holy Book said God gave man dominion over all of it, but this is not the correct understanding or writing. But so I can't blame them that they're in that position in a way, because they're just not enlightened. So more energy, more enlightenment, touch the amino acids with certain energies. That's why I always thought when Mr. Keshe said about the civilization that just specializes in amino acids. And now we understand a little bit more about amino acids, how the physicality dimension of it and the energy dimension of it. But there's so much more if civilizations are just studying and deep knowledges of amino acids, what potentials can be done with this. It's just, again, beyond my comprehension.
Yeah, so you can imagine the people, investing their life energy in digging through the physicality of Earth. And then when you realize that that is just, one corner of this diagram.
Right, but they don't know another way yet. They can't see it, or they haven't become enlightened to see the bigger picture. So it's good. I mean, it's okay. This is part of our work. And they'll join us in that work, I think, in the future. They're not all going to be commit suicide or anything like that. I think they'll be turned and they'll be a major asset to the foundation in the future.
So that's the prime motivation of my presentation today. So thanks very much, Mark. Yeah, well, we need to understand is that there is so much more, and it's there for us to grab onto it, and by recognizing that there's more, then we start to ask different kinds of questions, and those questions can be, seriously embarrassing. And I think we're all mature to the point now where the ridicule and condemnation as if conspiracy theory or misinformation and all that, well, those are children's games. We're not dealing with child's play here. Adults have entered the building and we're discussing about real facts. Everyone on this planet deserves to know where they came from, how they manifested their physicality, and where they're going, because every person has a soul, and that soul is an extension of the soul of the Creator. And so that becomes the reality.
Right. People feel very important when they're awarded the key to the city of New York or Miami or Chicago. Here, the foundation is offering the key to the universe, not a key to a little speck of dust in some corner of one universe in the matter state. So the whole universe is being opened up to mankind. And it will happen. There's without a doubt the fields, the sun, the systems that are being made, people that will turn at the highest levels of religions and politics. Yes, it'll all shift. And we're seeing this, as Mr. Keshe said, there's a beautiful time. The joyous time is coming or has come. And it's just a matter of getting through this transition period and getting the permanent peace on this planet, of course.
And so, of course, I'm hopeful that this presentation is helpful to both new and mature knowledge seekers and in enabling discussions and bringing forth questions and, of course, a different perspective to understand the depth of the reality of the plasma science. So this is what we need to talk about. So thank you all for allowing me to continue to present.
Right. I thought it was amazing when he said that system was originally made, and we'll play a little bit more of that. We didn't really get into Mr. Keshe's explanation, but that the system was originally made or loaded or constructed to be a strategic defense of the Earth. One meteor, one asteroid hitting the Earth can cause, well, maybe not a meteor, but an asteroid can sure ruin your day or maybe your century or maybe multiple centuries. And so this was something that we had pursued in another organization that I was in, and about talking about the nations working together and collaborating as part of the strategic defense of the Earth. You know, how the dinosaurs were supposedly wiped out or other cataclysms, where these large bodies have hit in the water or on land and just caused a huge. So this is a beautiful, in a way, that it's already been developed, but we want the collaborations of the nations together to form this defense of the Earth. Or if there was a huge energy coming in that would wreak havoc on the weather, how we could create a dome and that it would just sort of roll over it or roll off it or roll away from it. So this is a beautiful point I think we're at, realizing the potential of what's being offered to us.
Certainly the people in Valencia, Spain, could have benefited
Heard
from
about
this.
it. Yep. I think Erm was telling us she saw some pictures today, and they're saying the UK food supply could be, I think it was mostly fruits and vegetables, but it's still going to impact the supply. But we have a solution for that, don't we, Alex?
Well, yes, but you're an old man, and when you were a young man, you had visions of a bright future for humanity. And I think from your perspective today, you can see a degradation. Despite the technological advances, our
Well,
society is not in as good shape as it was.
maybe we're just more aware of it because of the communication systems and everything else. But this barbarism, this sort of inhumane treatment of one another has been going on for a long, long, long time. Population might have been smaller and so on and so forth, but still, as we heard, Moses killed everything.
Well, that's one of the questions I wanted to ask you. Do you remember the American Civil War?
I wasn't there, but yeah, it was one of our most devastating wars. I think I was just mentioning that to someone earlier today. 600,000 people we lost in that particular conflict. Americans killing Americans.
Yeah,
that was a terrible time. I mean, it's always it doesn't matter if it's here, there, or anywhere. It's still a terrible time for all those involved in it.
Well, as a Canadian, I remember visiting Atlanta or Georgia, areas in Georgia, and because I wasn't American, I could feel in the atmosphere. I could feel the emotion. The emotion of the Civil War was still prevalent in the
Yeah,
society,
yeah.
and
Retribution. Yep. Time for
yeah,
payback. Yep.
and I could see the Georgia bells, and I could see the chain gangs, and I could see the misery of the poverty, and it was a shocking thing for me because uh, in Canada we only have one um, slum, and that was courtesy of one of the politicians in Canada. Former Prime Minister Stanfield, who built a slum in the town of Halifax, the city of Halifax. But I went to see in Georgia, and I seen unbelievable slums, and it was shocking to me. And yet, I can imagine that that shock would kind of be the people there would be immune to that kind of shock. And is there a carry forward since when was the war? It was in 1870. So what would that be? 150, 160 years ago? Does that matter today? Do we conduct ourselves today based on what happened 160 years ago? And even Mr. Keshe mentioned in one of the preambles today, with the telephone, in 1844, and how that's affecting our communication today. And just a funny thought occurred to me, and I noticed it when cell phones became more prevalent. If you were sitting in a restaurant and you and I were having a meal, our discussion would be very low in terms of volume. Hopefully that you and I would discuss things and within earshot. We would make sure that the volume of our discussion was that. And it struck me one day when the phone was ringing, and it was a gentleman's cell phone, and it was loud. So everybody in the restaurant was disturbed by it. And he answers the phone the way he answers the phone at home, loud and proud. Hello, yes, yeah, how you doing? And I'm thinking, here we are all, whispering at our tables, being polite of our neighbors, and here's this clown on a phone, and he's talking as if, he's the most important person in the world, and nobody can listen. And it's obviously a habit, isn't it? That's the way he talks on the phone. But ignorant of the fact that he's in public.
Probably a little touch of the ADHD. Needs a little attention.
Yeah.
We're all starving for more recognition and attention.
Well, I have to look twice now, because there's a lot of people in our area who walk around and talk to themselves, and I often have to, check to see if they're actually carrying a cell phone when they're talking. A lot of them are not. They're just, just talking to themselves. We have a lot of toxicity, and no, it's a mining community, so you can understand that there's a lot of toxicity. And then so they're having mental, complications as a result of that toxicity. But yeah, when people walking down the street and they're just talking away like loud and proud, then they're talking to themselves, and it's part of our society now. And this is how we've adapted. Well, we used to laugh at them. I still laugh at them. I think it's very funny. I just haven't
Right.
grown accustomed to yelling at my cell phone in public.
Yeah, years ago I had that experience where I wasn't really familiar with the phones. I mean, I was, but not all the ear devices and everything. And I did see somebody like that walking down the street, hands up in the air. And then I looked and I could see the wire into the ear, and I said, "Oh, okay, he's on the phone." Okay. So I had that actual experience. It shocked me when I said, "This guy looks crazy the way he's, and then I noticed the little wires into the ear." And I said, "Oh, okay, now I understand."
Well, I assume you have the same laws in the U.S. as we do in Canada, where if you're going to discuss on a cell phone, it has to be hands-free. And I
If
remember,
you're driving.
yeah.
Yeah, this person was walking, I think, when I observed him.
Yeah, but I'm looking at a guy, driving next to me, and he's animated and he's waving his hands in the air and yelling on his cell phone, and he's in the middle of heavy traffic and it's, buddy, put your hands on the steering wheel, and can you focus on the front on the road where you're going? But he was deep in conversation, and I thought, well, I'm pulling out of here. I'm either going to speed up and get away from him, or I'm going to jam on the brakes and let him carry on down the road, and you know, wherever he ends up, I mean, that's his business, but I don't want to be a part of that. And so, in that part, I'm kind of grateful. I'm sad that we had to bring that law in, but this is the kind of irresponsibility that people had in their social behavior. So, the laws are there to shall we say, modify social behavior. But as far as I'm concerned, that's etiquette, and etiquette is something that we were taught when we were young. Nobody teaches etiquette now. You look at TikTok and YouTube and stuff like that, and people are glorified for being silly, for being rude, for being, disrespectful. It's a complete change of perspective. So, and for people outside of North America, this is probably a strange conversation. And I'm thinking of Brazil particularly because, when I was really taken aback by the graciousness and politeness of the Brazilian people. And again, of course, we understand we're talking about in generality, but it's a totally different psyche of the society. And well, I'll never forget that class where they had 29 people come to a person's home to learn about plasma science. That would not happen in Canada. Well, it hasn't happened. I've tried.
Oh, it will. It will be happening. There's no question.
Yeah, and then we better get ready. That's true.
Yeah, I thought that was an interesting question Mr. Dean asked Mr. Keshe about. I thought he said, was there a question you would like us to ask you, or is there a question that you'd like to ask humanity? And he said, I always say my asking is when man will mature. So it's coming. This maturing is in the process of hopefully we're going to get out of the diapers and so on and into, again, what confidence you'll have if you can feed yourself and not to haunt it over anyone. Look how great I am and what I can do, as we saw with the guru, but to share how you can do the same. So this is very beautiful. We're all maturing into this knowledge at just different speeds and different strengths. But I think it's going to be, in a way, sped up the process. Anyone else want to raise a point or ask a question? As I said, Alex, I'd like to continue that for maybe another 8 or 10 minutes about this star formation, because this is an awakening to all of us. I don't think any of us actually saw
Exactly.
it.
So you go do it.
And just to see if there's any more other interactions. Okay, then if there's no more questions or comments, I guess we will look at that last clip. And of course, I'm going to take the screen, Alex. And this is just our little shot of the three wise men, which again, all the Christians have missed this in the holy books. And this is about thinking good, speaking good, and acting good. And it's up to you to employ it. It's almost like that shielding in a way, isn't it, around the craft? We have one going counterclockwise, one clockwise, and another one counterclockwise. I think this, if you can apply it to yourself, and again, it's for you to apply to yourself, not to tell anyone else what to do in so many ways. But this creates a beautiful peacefulness within you, an emotional balance, and you're being fed by this little system right here. Because as we know, if you're thinking good about someone else and you're speaking good about someone else, that's an elevation, and you're acting good. And in that elevation, I think you're getting fed yourself. You're getting nourished to be able to do more of the same. And then, of course, we have this other slide we'd like to share. One day I'll learn how to put both up on the same screen. And this applies to all of us. May we all be proud of the work we do. And may we all be proud of the person we are. And may we all be proud of the difference you make. And just because you don't see the difference you're making doesn't mean you're not making a difference. As Mr. Keshe said, do you want the acknowledgement in the physicality, or do you want to be acknowledged in the universal community? If you're looking for this confirmation here, then that's probably where it'll stay. But if you allow it to go out into the universal community, then it's just a bigger, I guess I don't know exactly how to put it, but if you're looking for that confirmation in the matter state of the difference you make, it's better to not really look for the change that you're making, but just accept that the change is happening. The person or the soul will change when they feel it's right to change, but you're being acknowledged by the universal community rather than the man in the matter state, and thanking you and adoring you and the rest of this. You'll be adored completely by the universal community rather than just mankind. So this applies to all of us. So I guess if there's no other further questions, comments, suggestions, or anything else you'd like to ask Alex, please open your mic. Otherwise, we'll find this clip. I think we will anyway. We're going to try. I'm just looking for it here. I may have to pull it up again. It seems it has gone somewhere. Okay, here it is. Let me just bring it over to this screen. I'm going to enlarge it a little bit, and then we'll see more about this dome. And wasn't that dome, in a way, didn't they show something a few months ago on TikTok? Somebody said that the Chinese, or Mr. Keshe was mentioning, there was something on TikTok where the Chinese were showing an aspect of it, but of course they didn't have the full understanding of it. Okay, so we're going to go here, and I think we started with the one light, but then I sort of cut it short. But let's just take another, this is a 20-minute clip here, but we'll take 10 minutes of it, then the final disclaimer, and the meeting will come to an end. Is there anyone else who'd like to share anything else before we continue? Oh, Daniel has arrived. Okay, let's again, I missed this for sure. I think I did see these lights in the sky, but I was wondering what they were at the time. And of course, Dean sort of prodded Mr. Keshe and said these were manned craft. The lights came on one at a time. They created an interaction for the shielding, but it can also be used for feeding. He said it all depends how you load it and the strength of the loading and the positioning, I think, of the craft. But you can create emotional balance, you can create feeding. And he mentioned this about setting up systems in a disaster area. Maybe you don't even have to fly above it. Maybe you do. I don't know. But again, the loading and the strength of the material or whatever you have to use in here or however you generate these fields is definitely held very close within the Keshe Foundation structure. It may only be Mr. Keshe who knows, and a few, obviously the Iranians know something about it, but he even said this system is obsolete as well. So let's listen to this, understand more. You'll be able to explain it to others. And I think we'll see this used in other places in the very near future, hopefully, for any sort of disasters or, as he said, creating a dome with a gram of this material across the nation. So if we knew there was a terrible weather coming, you could do this. And he said, we've tested this already and it works. And you can just see another live test right here of it. But we'll have Mr. Keshe explain a little more. Thank you all. Okay, I guess it's deciding not to play at this point. Let's just see if we can get it to work. Okay. What I'm going to do then is I'm going to take another copy of this and let's see if we can let's see here. Okay, we're going to go to this one. Let's see if we can just, for some reason your screen came back, Alex. I don't know if you're still sharing or I'm just going to bring this up and we'll watch this. Let me try sharing again and hopefully it works. Otherwise, we're just going to move this forward a couple of minutes. I think this is maybe.
Literally, the city was on fire.
Describing
a few seconds later,
events on October 1st.
Star formation. These three lights took their position. These are Keshe Foundation Space Development Technology. Iranian military calls it the light system. They move into action and see what happens. You see the lights, dotted lights, these are anti-aircraft or what you call anti-missile defense technology of Israel. You see the gap. I don't know if I can write on it. I don't know if I can animate. You see there is a gap between the main light and the first light and cannot go any closer. And we saw how all these lights literally buried, disappeared. They never got real to this. You see them again here in the second picture. They created a field. And now you see they increase the field that they don't come any closer. You see the gap between the first and the second picture. This is the first time ever Keshe Foundation plasma technology is shown by the Iranian scientists in creating magnetic field shielding. Military-wise, I'll explain to you in the future why they were employed for the first time. This is the fear of the West. This is the technology which, for the first time, Iran warned about technology they have in their hand. And this is why we saw this horizon in Tel Aviv. All the anti-aircraft, all the anti-missile system, all the dome was, or whatever they shot at was observed. Even they use X-ray laser beam, they were diverted. And this is what we saw, what Israelis claim to be so safe. There was no Iron Dome. And since this time, we've seen Hezbollah has had a lot of success hitting northern Israel and the rest of it. I have advised and I have recommended to the Ayatollah Khamenei of Iran, the Iranian government, Instead of going for war, open this technology this week to the world public and create peace with it. This technology is extremely advanced and belongs to Keshe Foundation. We developed it in Iran. You can see the distance. If you watch the video of this, you see exactly the shielding. The distance these things cannot, as they come near to the certain point, they just disappear. If we go with this technology, nuclear warheads, everything else is obsolete. I have requested from Ayatollah of Iran in the past few hours to stop the war and release the technology. We have shown it. We are not talking about, we're going to show it. You see the fire on the ground, the bases of the Israeli army on fire. This is the lights you see in the background, and we have so detailed. You got to remember, as I said to the Iranians, Israelis show satellite figures from Americans, what they hit. They don't show the satellite figures of the ground, which was wiped out on the 1st of October. A wife does not leave a husband if he could secure the wife. Netanyahu's wife has left Israel this week because he cannot secure his nation and his wife is fleeing. If Iran decides to go for retaliation of the 26th, we will achieve a lot. We'll destroy half of the forces, maybe hundreds of thousands of the Israelis with the Palestinians who live in Israel, or we open the door of the knowledge and show, as you see, the star formation on the horizon of Tel Aviv 30 days ago. I especially kept this away from public. You go and see the videos on the internet, you see the live of this, how these anti-missiles never reach and they just disappear, depending on the fields and how the two system adjust itself, how you increase the distance between the star formation. Now, for the first time, you see the beauty of a technology, which in a way we developed it to stop meteorites and the rest to come to planet Earth to endanger us or in high speed travel to keep us protected. These are not made up images. These are the images which the Israelis posted on their own internet, and it was banned immediately that Iran possesses the most advanced technology. This is the reason when I told you I had 80% of the answer, we are still there. And then you have to understand the process of the technology can be used for peace and for Iran to open this technology worldwide immediately. We are the owners of the technology as Keshe Foundation, and you are part of it. And now you see the beauty of it. There's a restriction on YouTube. If Rick checks and can bring, so few people have put this up on the internet in different form in their chats. If we don't break the law, there is actually live transmission of it by CNN. You see how this barrage of the, what do you call, missiles disappear and within the vicinity, it never reaches it. Gravitational magnetic field, interaction of the field with the atmosphere create lights. You wanted to see the application of the Keshe Foundation was shown in strength, 1st of October 2024. More or less, about a week here and there, just about 16 years after technology was transferred to Iran. and left Iran in 2008. You see, a star formation is beauty and its power to stop the latest weapon technology. And we've seen how this has brought a gap. The Iron Dome has become rusted and impenetrable. As I said, we know the collaboration between the West and Israel. There are no match to this technology. You're all familiar with this. Now we see the star formation on the horizons of the Tel Aviv. So what will be the future in the next few days is how Ayatollah Khamenei of Iran will take our advice and open the technology worldwide and divert the whole war into a new technology dimension. This has a lot of application. This has a lot of implication. This makes nuclear weapon obsolete. This makes the most latest defense technology of American and Israelis all obsolete. And don't forget, in this day, on the 1st of October, using this technology, the whole defense technology of Israel, the Iron Dome, broke down, that they had to go to America and ask for KAKT system. That needs 100 Americans to be there to do it, to safeguard Israel. And even with that they brought in, Hamas is bypassing, and we've seen hundreds of Israeli soldiers were killed in the past 2 or 3 days. Because the dome, the system control, through the introduction of this new technology, has brought an end to the most sophisticated systems they ever thought they had. As I said to one of the knowledge seekers, on the 1st of October, the technology showed its power, its beauty, that no advanced technology is needed. The space has become open to man and how we do it, and has made the latest weapon technology of the Americans and the Israelis and the rest obsolete. You got to realize, a thief is a thief by nature. The Americans are bringing this THAK system with KAKT to Israel. They brought 2 or 3 systems of it to protect it, and they find it is obsolete because it's literally bypasses by this system whenever they are used. But they stole this technology from the Americans and they tried to say it's theirs, but when it got obsolete, they brought the Americans find out with their system are obsolete. But the most interesting thing is Israelis can put out S-300, which is the Russian defense technology, which is given to Iran. And the Iranians with this technology can obsolete the American defense technology. So what's the use of fighting? What's the use of all this mayhem? And I recommended Abu Qasr al-Khamenei of Iran in the past few hours to open the technology and change the course. I know His Eminence Al-Khamenei of Iran and his team are on the line and listening. With this technology, we do not need to attack. We need to bring shame to the knowledge of weapon technology when the beauty of this can be shown. And if you understand it, this is 3 different vehicles. It's not just one. So it means technology is repeatable. And needs to be kept in the formation to create that dome. You know, in the star formation, you create a spherical dome. So is this. And this is what is important to us as knowledge seekers. And if the world scientists understand what happened on the, what we call 1st of October 2024, on the skies of Tel Aviv, many of you will stop the war. It's very simple. You see the distance and you see how they become impossible to penetrate. And you can create a dome. And Ayatollah Khamenei, in the past 24 or 48 hours, has said Iran will release the technology, will change the course. They'll be the weapon technology of this technology. I know their capability, and I have requested to step back and to open technology to bring shame to the Americans and the Israelis. We can take you out in 1 second. And it's not a talk. This is the horizon, skies of Tel Aviv, on the 1st of October 2024. To strangers that just lights, to you knowledge seekers, it's a star formation. It didn't appear on the line next to each other, they didn't appear in a circle. They completed a star formation which needed to create a dome to allow interceptor missiles to arrive in Tel Aviv and do their job. And they can create hole in them when they feel like it. That's what you see at the bottom. Estimated losses by the Israeli armies is in thousands. That's why they're censored. Now, you wanted to see the technology. I kept these pictures, these images from CNN, from the World News, showing it live during the attack. And now that it's become public, you can see that it's not from us. Technology is delivered. It's the leaders who have to apply it for peace or for destruction. Hours before teaching this morning, I put my case to Ayatollah Khamenei directly. I don't advise to attack. I don't advise to get defeated. I advise to open a new technology that we don't need to talk about it because we have already shown its power. You got to realize even this technology, which you see in the sky of Tel Aviv, is obsolete to the advancement of the technology in Keshe Foundation today. So now sits in the hand of Ayatollah Khamenei of Iran. We go from 1 line to 2 or to 3, and we show no weapon can stand. It serves its purpose, and it was created to stop meteorites, asteroids, to hit Earth or in time of trouble for man. And Iran used it to stop, create that hole that allows the mayhem on the horizons of Tel Aviv. As I said, a woman leaves a man when he cannot secure the safety of the woman. And Sarah has left Tel Aviv because his man cannot secure his nation. There is no guarantee. because they know what was on the horizon. Any other?
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.